Right, let's get this going. We have a very full track today. So I am very excited to have all of you here. As we're doing here, if you could let us know who you are by changing your screen name to your preferred pronouns and country and any affiliation you have. And there's an example there. If you are not speaking, if you could please mute your sound. If possible, please turn on your video and use the chat. It's going to be hopefully a happen chat. This session is being recorded, so if you don't want to be recorded, please keep your camera off and your sound off. This is up there as our track organizers. We had a really awesome group of people that helped put this all together. And as I think you've heard a couple times today, we're all volunteers, so please be patient with us if anything goes horribly wrong. Join us biosummit.live. The password is microbes rule with a capital M. There's our Slack. The conversation should hopefully continue on there after this. I think we'll run out of time for a lot of these conversations. And there's some materials for everyone, and code of conduct is very important. If you see anything that makes you feel uncomfortable or unsafe, please email codeofconduct@biosummit or find anyone with one of these beautiful orange backgrounds. We are all organizers and can help you. And thank you very much to our sponsors. None of this would happen without them. So we're going to jump right into our first thing, which is the starting and sustaining community labs panel. And I'm very excited for this panel. We have a great group of people. And so what I'm going to ask everyone to do is go ahead and give a 5-minute or so introduction on yourself and your lab. And then we'll jump into some questions and hopefully get a good conversation going. And I would encourage you, if anybody here has any questions for the panelists, to throw them in the chat and we'll try to get those brought up. So right. Beth.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jessica. And thank you everyone for coming and being here with us. Super excited to chat with you. So yeah, I thought I would start with a little bit of intro about me personally and just kind of how I got here and then talk a little bit about Genspace. Thank you. I was going to put that link in there, so I'm glad you beat me to it, Corinne. You rock. Yes, so I'm Beth. I am a scientist and an educator, and I really kind of embrace both of those aspects of my identity as like core pieces of who I am. And now, as I've kind of grown into a leadership role at Genspace, I'm learning a lot about how to organize and lead, and especially how to kind of run a team and how to make the team thrive. So happy to kind of chat about what it's like to be in a leadership role at one of these spaces. I grew up in West Virginia. I am Appalachian through and through. And going into a science field, into science careers, there were very few people from my home community, often felt kind of a little bit of an outsider. And one of the things that noticed kind of throughout my kind of traditional training is just how many barriers there were and how many places where people kind of fall out of love with science. And one of the things that kind of caught my attention fairly recently was this article from Brandon Taylor and BuzzFeed. I'll drop the link in the chat because it just resonated very true for me in my experience, like how beautiful science is and how much I love it, but how hard it is to do it and to stay in it the way that it is typically done in academic institutions. And so kind of going through that experience helped me understand that my passion, my love was really about science education and bringing more learners to the table and trying to reduce those barriers and make more space for more people to access the tools and technology, to access the mentorship, and to think about science not just as this thing that's done in academic labs, but this thing that's done in our daily lives and this thing that matters to each of us. So those were kind of things that were ruminating with me as I finished my grad school experience and got into my first job at the St. Louis Science Center, where I was running a biotech education program, among many others. I had to learn astronomy and biomaterials, all sorts of things. And that was when I kind of fell in love with community biology. I actually found Ellen's TED Talk. And for those of you who don't know the kind of history of Genspace, Ellen was one of the founders, and she has this incredible TED Talk where she talks about the model for Genspace and what it can mean to put the technology and the tools in the hands of the people. And so I got really excited about that. And so when 2014, I moved to Washington, D.C., where I was doing a fellowship, and that's where I started a community lab group in D.C. called the Capital Area Biospace. I was like lugging equipment around in the trunk of my car, doing all the things, but we couldn't actually like get off the ground because all of our team were working like full-time jobs and then trying to do this on the side. So it was a big challenge, but I have started a lab in that kind of context. But then I was very lucky in 2018 to come to Genspace, where again, all the groundwork had been laid for me. So I was very lucky to inherit such a beautiful organization and a really excellent team, an excellent space. And yeah, I came here in 2018 to run their education programs, to run the adult ed, and to run the youth development initiatives. And then about a year later, transitioned to a co-executive director role and then a full executive director last year. So in the middle of a pandemic. So happy to chat more about that experience as well. And so, yeah, again, now my role is really about managing staff, kind of making sure that the lab and the infrastructure is safe and accessible, really thinking about vision and administration for programs. Of course, there's fiscal responsibilities and fundraising. We have to do some PR and comms and all of those sort of things. And yeah, Genspace has evolved quite a lot over the past few years. We, kind of taking temperature of this fact that we've been around for 10 years. Now what, right? And the community biology scene had changed a lot over the past 10 years. New York biotech ecosystem had changed a lot over 10 years. So we really took time to take stock and reevaluate who is Genspace, where are we, what do we want to be? And so, yeah, in 2019, we rewrote our mission, vision, and value statements and really started to rethink our strategic plan and kind of put together plans for the future. Of course, COVID happened. So we've been kind of still regenerating in that mindset and space now. And so happy to kind of share a little bit more about our COVID journey. But that's really most of what I have to say to kind of introduce myself and our team. Again, just want to emphasize our newly rewritten mission, vision, and values for everybody to kind of get a sense of who we are today. And that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I think we're going to hear, I'm guessing, a lot of common themes in everyone's background. Prince.
Hi, everyone. My name is Prince Edem Samoh. So I'll talk about myself, my background, and then the lab I work in. So my background is in biomedical engineering. So I'm a biologist and an engineer at the same time, where I try to actually look at how I can merge the two into solving some of the challenges that we have in Ghana and around Africa. So I finished my undergrad in 2020, just in the year of COVID. And then I was thinking of how does Africa or how does Ghana contribute to actually solving the COVID crisis? And that made me think that, okay, we need a community solution. So I look out for community engagement that are actually actively doing something about the COVID crisis. Then I came about with the Hive BiolilLab that was actually involved in producing enzymes for COVID diagnostics in Ghana, and then actually producing enzymes for more diagnostic testing in Ghana. So I joined the Hive BiolilLab in 2020 as a research assistant, where I was partially working on research and then hardware as well, because the Hive BiolilLab, we look at how to frugally manufacture everything that we do. So in that sense, you have to look at our hardware being frugally designed, and then that dives into how we use the hardware to actually work with the kind of work that we have to do. So because of my background in engineering and biology, I was juggling between the research and then the building of the staffs. And then in the year 2020, just 3 months ago, I became the research lead of the Hive BiolilLab, where I had to manage between running the administration of the lab, running research and training people, and then actually general the lab activities. So the Hive BiolilLab mainly, we are into training people, both researchers, students, and then the likes in research and how to actually actively engage in communities and do research that actually benefits the community. So one of the research that we've been able to do was actually looking at how we use these enzymes to actually diagnose some of these STIs that we have in Ghana. So we produce cellular reagents, and then we use it to actually diagnose Candida, syphilis, gonorrhea, and which actually works amazingly. So the challenge was how does the Ghanaian community and then how does African community actually contribute to the research without the barrier of cost, and then transportation, especially if you are transporting enzymes into the country, you need a cold chain storage, which becomes a challenge. And when it gets to the port, customs duty, which takes a long time to actually clear. So the idea was, okay, how do we avoid all those things? And that was how we came about with the cellular reagents and actually producing the enzymes locally to be able to actually contribute to these kind of things that we do here. So practically that is the background of the Hive Biolab and then what I do. Thank you.
Thank you. I always love hearing about what you guys are doing. It's so multifaceted and just so powerful. So thank you. Tim.
Hey everyone. So if you haven't seen me before, I think a lot of you have. I've been to this conference many times. I am the former treasurer of BossLab. I was the guy who incorporated it as a nonprofit. And then I moved to San Francisco a couple years later with my spouse, who is now a grad student at UCSF, where I am currently sitting. And most of my professional work is actually doing computational synthetic biology. I have a great library I'm going to be showing off tomorrow at a workshop that's too long. I have to reschedule it. But if you want to learn more about how to engineer DNA at scale, talk to me tomorrow. But today I'm really excited actually to talk about how you manage a hackerspace, because now I'm affiliated with a group called Noisebridge. And if you haven't heard of them, they're a hackerspace that has existed just as long, if not longer, than Genspace. They've gone through 4 biotech labs, biohacking labs, because the way that it's structured is that they build themselves as an anarchist. That was my cat getting into their food when they weren't supposed to. This is recorded, buddy. All right, I'll have to fix that later. Anarchy all the way. He's doing a duocracy and feeding himself right now. So what makes this space uniquely special is that in the last, to give you like a metric, the space is open 24/7. There are no fully paying there's no like required membership fees or dues. You can get a key just by asking someone who has the ability to give you keys. We only use Clipper cards. And in the last year, we took our already six-figure number, like 6 figures worth of liquid assets, and quintupled them, all during a pandemic without writing any grants. And I'd love to talk more about that, because I barely did anything. And it's sort of this thing where, we put a lot of engineering into how to make a hackerspace, but it turns out it can be a lot easier. And I'm really excited to share that with y'all.
I'm actually in Oakland, so I'm just across the bay, and I really need to get over here.
I'll give you a tour sometime. We got a new space.
Love it. And if you guys hear noise in my background, there's actually, because I live in Oakland, which is all about protests. We actually have a protest about, I think, unfair labor practices.
Oh, hell yeah. Or are it the grad student unions, or is it something else?
I believe it is the grad student unions, yes. So that is going on outside my window right now. So
any of the MIT students in this room, please unionize. You'll raise the wages of everyone else, and we can afford to throw more money at hackerspaces.
Love it. Thank you so much.
I yield my spot, the mic.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Heidi.
Hi, everyone. It takes me a minute to unmute, although it has been 2 years already. Well, first of all, thank you for having me here, and it's amazing to be able to hear like in first person everyone's projects. I'm from Colombia, and I'm based in Argentina. I've been living here for 18 years now. I'm a designer, which I feel, and I think I'm the only one in the panel as a designer, and I'm also an educator. And since 2018, I've been working with an interdisciplinary team, and we're working on biomaterials and biofabrication, and also bio-inspired material. And how we're doing this, we started out with just like getting together and trying to find a way to be able to do this type of workshops and open up to the community this possibility of making your own materials and working with organisms, which at the beginning was really hard because nobody really understood what we were trying to do. So it was really hard to find a space to do it. It was really hard, of course, to find finance for it. And also because what we are really inclined to do is to find a way to make it accessible to the most amount of people that we can. In that regard, we did our first workshop in 2018. It was open to anyone who was interested in starting to work with biomaterials. In this case, we started with growing with my materials with mycelium. The team is built by designers and chemists and biologists, and it's very open and horizontal. And what we did with that experience was able to get some more resources, symbolic and also financial, for the following year. So after that experience, we were able to, coming from a non-formal scenario, bring it into the university. So then we could, we had the ability to have a project set up in the University of Buenos Aires. And from there, we could also have try to bring these teachings and these experiences into the university. That happened in 2019, 2020. We've now also part of the Biodesign Challenge. And what we're starting to do is really trying to get it out there here in Argentina mainly, of the possibilities that you can do with the power of design and bridging it with biology and other sciences. We're based in Buenos Aires. We don't have an actual lab, a physical lab. So what we're doing is moving all over the place. We have some space at the university where we work and meet, and then there's space in the lab in the other university, and in the science university is really next to the Faculty of Design. And then everybody's houses becomes part of the lab. And when we do the workshops, we do it in a fab lab in a different space. That thing, what it brings out, what is really interesting from that is that we have people from all over, because nobody is from one specific setting. It's not that everyone from this university or everyone from this space, but everyone can come and gather because you don't really know where we're coming from. And so we're now working on trying to get some more funding. We had a first round from the government of Buenos Aires. They have a plan here, a program here called it's a mecenazgo, which is like a fellowship from the government that your project is declared of interest. And then people, instead of paying the taxes to the city, they can allocate it to cultural projects such as this one. So this is where we're getting some of the money from. And with that, we buy all the materials and everything to build the workshops in a really like low percentage of money, so people can come and do these type of experiences. And everybody's just doing it pro bono for now, which is, I think, and talking about this, is everybody's there just trying to do it, is volunteering, all the professionals. And it makes it kind of hard in time just to keep the energy going and try to keep the projects going. So, but we're there, we're trying, and we're trying to get the resources available in order to keep going. Thank you.
Thank you. I am always blown away whenever I hear what people are managing to do with these small amount of resources they can get. So yeah, I look forward to digging into that a little more. Eduardo.
Hello, everyone. So great to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. And it's very, very good to see so many familiar faces. Well, I am Eduardo Padilha. I am a scientist, but I've been doing a lot of thinking, and right now I guess I want to be an artist. I've been doing really seriously like a lot of thinking, like, oh my gosh, I gotta do more stuff with art. I've been trying to do that, but so I guess bioart is really what I'm a nice place to be, right? And I am, my background is actually in science. I am at the University of São Paulo here in Brazil. My major is in biochemical pharmacy, so the plan is to be like a PharmD. But I've been doing research at the lab bench for a long time now in DNA repair and cancer genetics and this kind of thing. But since 2016, I've been interacting a lot with designers and artists and philosophers and anthropologists in like a whole new world, or a series of whole new worlds, like just appear to me. And since 2019, we have BioliloLab, which is this space here in São Paulo. It is a small laboratory, but I guess the most interesting part about the history and the concept of BioliloLab is that it really came to be due to my interactions with one specific artist, who is Lina Lopes. She already had this place for with a makerspace for creative prototyping. She does a lot of kinetic installations and this kind of thing. And we met in 2015, and then after that we kept in touch, like, let's mix art and science. And then once she moved to a bigger house, to a bigger creative space, she was really like, wow, let's collaborate and put together this place, this wet lab. So this is how we got the chance to have a physical, although small, but a physical laboratory. And I guess one of the biggest things that we've done still in 2019 was a series of workshops, a series of meetings called Microbiology for Artists. So it was very, very interesting having the experience, I mean, for me as a scientist, to share techniques and knowledge from the point of view of someone who had been at the lab bench for so long with artists. And then the outcome of this first part of the project was this art exhibit called Artists' Vaginas, which we displayed in the first Bio Summit in 2019 with very nice pictures of vaginas microbiome, petri dishes, samples, like, because that's what kind of happened when you give a bunch of female artists these tools and this kind of tool for artistic exploration. And then we did have a lot of plans. The pandemic made them a little complicated, so we had like to reinvent some stuff. And on 2020, what we did was like an online art residency, bio art residency. It was very interesting. It was called Virus 19. We had people from different backgrounds having this experience of like being in our artist residency. And then right now we are just coming back with a new edition of Microbiology for Artists, now in person as things are reopening, are basically reopened here. And we just participated also in the Biodesign Challenge, and we have been doing some interesting collaborations. And right now we are focusing really on trying to be this focal point for bioart as an independent place in São Paulo in Brazil. So I guess that's it.
That is so awesome. Thank you. The more of these I attend and the more sessions I go, the intersection between art and science becomes more and more obvious and as a focal point for the passions of people. So that is incredibly awesome. I'm going to share my screen again real quick, and I'll pop it off so we can see everybody for the thing. But I think we did prompt number 1. So maybe we can get into prompt 2, which is what actually inspired you to get into this. So that, we touched, some people touched on it a little bit, but I'd really like to say, like, how did you end up in this point where you're either running a lab or heavily part of one, and the journey to get there? So I don't know if you want me to call on you, or if somebody just wants to jump in with how their journey was.
We're just going to do sequential order, and Beth is going to go next, not to put her on the spot.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I did. I'm happy to kind of elaborate, but really the thing for me was like, I was kind of a recovering academic, right? I knew that I wanted to to still be involved with science, but I was not ready to go back to the academic life. And I really wanted a space to do it. And I felt like I found a lot of people in Washington, D.C. who were in a similar boat. They were, people who had an academic life, but now they were in policy or biotech or, science communication or medical writing or whatever. They were in all these other fields that were science adjacent, but they didn't really have a chance to be able to do science. And so it was really exciting for me to think about a place where people could come together and do it. And then of course, the other element for me is really thinking about the equity and justice issues around who gets to do science and who doesn't, and where the access points are, and really wanting to make sure that there was a space where anybody who wanted to could. So that was the big driver for me.
Yeah, no, that's, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I think that's, great. Prince?
Yeah, so for me, the whole idea was, how do I make science accessible to the Ghanaian community? How do we make, because in my area, research is really, really expensive. So how do we encourage people to get into that field? How do we make room for people in that field? So that was generally my initial motivation to actually join the Hive Biolab and the Open Bioeconomy Lab, where now I lead the Hive Biolab. And then also the idea was, how do we democratize the means of biotechnology? And I mean, those are the key things that kept resonating with me, and that is actually what drives me to want to create more space. So in our space, for instance, what we particularly do is that we try to train more people, and particularly females, because in this setting, again, females are very, very lacking in the research field that we have. So we try to give space to females to actually conduct research, lead their own research, and ask questions that they ask their questions, then we provide the resources for them to actually answer the questions that they are asking. So particularly for me, I would say democratizing the means of biotechnology and actually making sure that, or trying my best to make sure that research is accessible to the Ghanaian community and extend to our neighboring African countries. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of common themes here again. Tim?
Okay, sure. So back in, when was this, 2016? Yeah, that was like 5 years ago. Dang. Okay. So in 2016, I was in a lab at Harvard, and I thought I could do my boss's job better than they could. That's debatable. I think I may win, but the point being that I had an issue where I was doing computer vision research. I don't know if any of you have ever done this before, but essentially I was looking at 3D microscopy images and trying to correlate endothelial cell morphology to cancer. Not easy. Actually, I don't think it's even, I actually wrote a mathematical proof showing it wasn't possible, but that's besides the point. I had a hard time getting one of the lab fellows to produce data that I could use because the stainings weren't quite right. And I was like, well, can you make it a different color? Like, what do you mean, can you make it a different color? You can make it a different color right in your computer. It's like, yeah, but I need to be able to differentiate them. And so, I eventually, my wife and I both worked in roughly the same area. We weren't married then, but we are now. And we would walk home together for about 30 minutes from, Harvard Med area to like, and she worked in a synthetic biology lab with a very famous person who I'll not mention because that's clout chasing. I don't like that personally. But she was designing like thousands of plasmids at a time, and being a computer scientist, I didn't really actually at that point know what a plasmid was. So I was like, she's like, it's circular. I mean, I was like, wait, isn't it already kind of circular? She's like, no. And eventually she's like, look, there's this place over in Somerville I went to once, and I took a janky electronics hacking workshop called Biolab, and they seem to know what's going on there. Maybe they'll teach you. And I was like, okay. So I got them all over there, and they're really friendly. And I'm like, hey, I need to learn some molecular biology because like it's killing me at my job. And they went, hey, we're going to make an introductory class, but we all have lives and don't have enough time. If we teach you, can you do it? And I was like, okay, sure, why not? So pretty much my intro to molecular biology was me being in Biolab circa 2016, developing a really, really good transformation protocol for E. coli, DH5A actually. And it works like every time, like with the, the test cases, it's really great. But it was like 3 weeks of me like making competent cells and messing around and pretty much being on Slack, being like, hey, Raphael, or hey, Jen, all these people have PhDs, by the way, going, is this how I'm supposed to do it? They're like, yeah, I think so. Through this stumbling, eventually I got to a course that worked, and I did that for a bit. It paid some bills and it was nice. And I was like, wow, that's really cool. And then I tried doing stuff outside of the cookie cutter template scenario, the get your GFP protein plasmid from some random place. And I found that the tools stunk. And that's sort of how I got down this road, which again, you'll see at my workshop tomorrow, where I can teach you how to engineer stuff without paying genius or benchling absurd amounts of money for what is essentially copy and paste. And that is the end of my my supervillain origin story. And I'll put my Twitter here so we can all be friends. There you go.
Yeah, this is also a great place to promote our Slack as well. You can, everybody join the Slack, and Tim can tell you all his secret sauce over there. Heidi. Yeah, anarchy. Heidi.
I am not kidding.
I still don't get it.
I am such a firm believer in this.
For me, I really never thought of doing this. It was like a natural next step after the first workshop. And just, I think, having that drive, like bringing people together and, well, we're doing this already. How can we formalize it in a way that we can create like a support space for the things that we're all interested in that we can't find in any of our like traditional spaces. So it was more from there. So we already did this first workshop, so there should be a like a logical next step. And how do we do it in a way that we can benefit from it, and we can also bring something back to the community? So that started being us being organized and then deciding, okay, which is the next step? How do we go into and writing? This was for me writing the first time. Like a research project for the university to be able to be accepted. So it was like kind of, okay, how am I going to do this? And even though Leonardo, who is someone that I work really close, he's a biologist. It was like, how do you do this for the faculty of design? How do we put it in? Because we're not going to produce this like really hard science as an outcome, but we're gonna be building these educational practices and bringing people closer to what interdisciplinary research should be. So I think it was like a next step and an access point, and kind of like I just fit in there. I was like, okay, and I need to do this, and then just run on with it. And in a way, once you start, it's like, yeah, you keep going. Like now we're really invested in it. And it was a lot about finding a way to create kind of like a voice in Argentina and Buenos Aires for students to come and find the resources if they were online, or to connect to other designers and labs in Latin America, and just be part of this amazing network. And everyone within the group, because we're not a lab, we're more like a group, can, if they have an interest, they can go to the biologists or to the chemists, and then people kind of cross-link each other and do different projects around it. And they all of us just have the support of someone else. So it's just, I have this idea, and then you have some like, okay, let's do it. Yeah, sure, why not? And this is the way.
No, I love that, the building of the family and the community. And I think having been a fellow, and I think a number of you guys were as well, like, yeah, it's a great example of these community buildings. And as Sarah just threw in the chat, I think we all were amazed that structure, as Marshall was explaining this morning, gives you something to build onto. It's not confining, it's freeing. Yeah, thank you. And Eduardo.
Wow, team, I love your story, because I guess mine is kind of like the complementary opposite or something. Because if you were like, what the hell is a plasmid? For me, it was like, what is like an artist residency? Like, do you artists just go to a house and stay there? Like, doing what? And then
Sometimes,
I was like, what? Yeah, like, what is a vernissage or whatever? So I was like, what's going on? And I guess that's all due to the fact that this community that we're building came to be, as I said, from my interactions with artists. And I guess this is a huge, we've been benefiting from that a lot, because I guess that being in this place, and I guess this is why bioart is so much in my head, like we can try to get funding or resources, not that it's easy here in Brazil, but I mean from science and from art organizations or open calls, or this is kind of what we're like trying to do. And there's also this another layer that is the fact that there's, I mean, as in many places, Brazil is always suffering from the constant cutting of funds for scientific research and also for artistic practices. So there's this whole series like of protests and campaigns from scientists like, oh my gosh, the country has to realize how important it is to foster scientific research and inquiry. And then on the other hand, you have a population like, I don't really see what the point is. I've never, seen a scientist. Like, what are these people saying? Now with the pandemics, of course, the scenario is different. But then considering our scenario in which the majority of funding for research in Brazil comes from the government and PhD scholarships, postdoc fellowship, whatever, most of the money comes from public sources. Then there's this whole, the scientific community is in fact worried about how to connect with society, but then the gap is so weird sometimes, like how do we fill the gap? And we really think that having this place that is not inside the institution, that can kind of transitate between art and science, but that is also somehow connected to academics yet, and that's always good, seems to be a very strategic place to be. And right now we have what we have done is decided to become a civil society. I don't know if that's how you call that in English, like this, for a formal organization, you know, registered as a formally organized group of people.
Likely
And
corporate or nonprofit in the United
nonprofit,
States.
like
Yeah,
a nonprofit.
if it's
Yeah,
money and they get tax
yeah. Because then we realized, and it's also talking to a lawyer that came to join the team. We were like, wow, there are some funding we could apply to if we had this official, you know, configuration as a civil society, as we call in Portuguese, which is like sociedade civil. And then that seems to be another interesting approach, because now we are exploring some opportunities, either with some government public funding opportunities, but as well as some private ones. And since it is like nonprofit, then, you know, there's this whole fostering knowledge transfer and democratization approach that is the point in the end. So for me, it's been really interesting, because before that, I was just like, you know, used to like being in the lab, and there's like reports and there's posters that you do for conferences, and there's like congresses and oral presentations, and wow, and that's it. And then like, oh, what's your results? And do you have like a standard deviation for your triplicates of cell experiments or whatever? So then right now it's much more like, how do we figure out the best way to apply and to get what we need, or to connect with the people that could be part of our community. So that takes a lot of flexibility, you know, that following just like the academic model is just not going to work. Like, it's not a formal grant. What we're applying for is not the point, but it's not also like the more orthodox kind of path for art funding as well, because many curators are like, what the hell are you doing? Like leaving things in a gallery? Like what? So it's really fun, and I think it is strategic. I'm still trying to figure out what other strategies we could use as a community, but I think, and I have the feeling that being this in-between kind of place is part of the way to go. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I think you need just a little bit of Tim's
Cool.
anarchy, right?
Yeah, right. I guess so.
I won't shut up about this the whole panel. It's so good.
I think everybody wants in on it, which again, people, if you have questions that you want to ask the panel, this can be a very interactive thing. Either raise your hand or throw it in the chat, and we can make sure that your questions and not just mine are answered. But that being said, let's just move on to our next prompt while we wait for that. We have a very diverse panel from all over the world here, and I just wanted to talk about some of the top barriers to running and starting labs in your area. We have people in the US, Africa, and various places in Latin America. So that would be my next question.
I'm happy to kind of give it a first go if people want to follow kind of that same order, if that's that's comfortable. I think the same barriers for us apply for probably most of the groups, which is like money, time, right? Like those are always the big challenges. And for us on the funder side, like what we've had challenge with is just getting the funders to like understand exactly what we do, because it's such a different thing than like what they've seen in science education spaces or art spaces or you know, computer science education or otherwise. So like it's hard to kind of help them understand what we do. Yeah, and for us, the big part of our budget is paid staff. So that's actually been a pretty critical part of our infrastructure, which just makes our budget a bit bigger than other organizations. So that inherently has its own funding challenges. Yeah.
Thank you, Prince.
Yes, so I'll pick up from where Beth left, practically funding, which is one, and then secondly is the logistics to actually get your staff to get to the country. You know, you will have the money to buy the staffs, and then it gets to the port, and you have to pay like a huge amount that you spend to buy the thing, and then so that is actually one of the challenges that we face aside the funding. Yeah.
Yeah, so you might want to make sure you stick around for the talk after this. There's going to be a woman from Seeding Labs coming who helps get equipment to the developing world. Tim?
Great. Can I get the prompt again? Because I'm so tired. I already forgot exactly what it said.
Yeah, sure. It's the top barriers to running and starting a lab in your area. So could it be logistics, financial, government, that sort of thing?
Demand. So for me personally, you know, I could easily go out and build a new lab at Noisebridge, but there's a lab over at Counterculture, there's a lab over at BioCurious, and there's a lot of people in the Bay Area that just built their own labs at home. And so for, so for me, I know I could theoretically, there's a nonprofit in the Bay Area called BioLink Depot. And you can literally, as a teacher or a nonprofit, literally just go over there on their open house day and be like, I want that. Show them your nonprofit paperwork, walk right out. You have a full lab. I mean, not full, but pretty full. So if, for here, it's, it's not an issue of, finding the equipment. And it's similar in lots of other places in the United States, Boston particularly. People were coming in saying, hey, do you need a low-cost incubator? It's like, no, we bought one for $100. Actually, we bought two for $100, like an hour away. And they're like, wait, what? It's like, yeah, that's not a problem for us. So it really depends on every, market you're in. So for me, when I'm saying demand, it's like, people at Noisebridge be like, oh, it'd be cool if you ran a biolab. I'm like, yeah, it would. Would you do anything with it? And the answer often is no, they just want to make some glowing beer. So in that case, I can just be like, all right, let me order you some glowing yeast. Good luck. That's all I really need to do for them. So, in my personal work, I've sort of learned the kind of tricks you need to have a cheap lab. You use a Instapot as an autoclave. Sort of like, you can get pipettes from Alibaba for super cheap, blah, blah, blah. And, I can assemble my own lab, use Subtilis bacillus instead of E. coli. So you don't have to get a $4,000 mini chest freezer from, what are they called? Sterling Ultra Cold. Yeah, that's like the used price there. And you can actually buy knockoffs, again, from Alibaba. And I haven't tested it, but they're $1,000. So if anyone wants to throw money on that, let me know, please. So for me, I guess it's not the issue of can I do it? It's the issue of do I want to do it? And I think that's actually something a lot of people when they start biohacker spaces, community labs should really consider. Is this a career move? Is this a hobby? Is this fun? And to be honest, the easiest way to start a biolab is if you live in like suburbia or in like the middle of nowhere, you can just have, if you have a garage, just put an RFID reader on it as a door lock, get a, form a company so you have some sort of legal shield against your own personal assets, and just let everyone who doesn't seem completely off the rails in. And that's pretty much how Noisebridge runs, actually. I can talk more about that in the next section, but that's almost entirely how it runs. We don't have any employees at all. And the only time they tried to write grants to get fundraising, they lost 30K on consultants. And yeah, but like 2 tweets got us like 300K in donations. So I don't know, man. Yeah, sorry, go on ahead. I yield the mic.
No, that was a, yeah, that wasn't a you should stop motion, sorry. No, I think I don't know if Maria is still here, she popped in for a minute, but her big thing with it is always community, right? You have to be serving someone, so. Yeah. Heidi?
Yeah, I think, thank you. I think similar to what Beth and a lot what Prince was saying. So understanding what we're doing and who we are and why should that matter. This is a big one. So there's a lot of the effort that we did during the pandemic that was on science communication. So what are the type of things that we were doing and trying to get it out there and to validate kind of the work that we were doing to get not even funding, just people saying like, okay, these people are doing something that might matter at some point and might make a difference just because of people knowing. And also, as Prince was saying, here in Argentina, there's also a difficulty in like, and I'm not talking about like real equipment, just like buying books and stuff like that, that you might have access super easily. Bringing it here is sometimes it can be a hassle. And I don't know, some of the money that we've raised in the last edition, we bought like a magnifying thing for 200 to just see it in a computer that you can plug it in, some books that we needed, some materials, a 3D printer, so really easy things, but it's really hard to get some parts and stuff in here. And I think that's the thing. And then since we're getting this money outside of our like real like legal university things, because we're getting the money from the city government, these kind of things, like they're in our houses. So whoever is needing it for an experiment uses it, and then we move everything when we need to do the workshops. So it's really about understanding, and then the communication, because if they can understand, they might be able to build a space where people can come in, and then there's not such a need that it's my lab, but just have a place that it can be filled with activities, it can be filled with all the things needed for it to be working. And I think that's one of the barriers.
Yeah, no, that's super relevant. Eduardo.
Wow, I totally echo your words, Heidi, and the previous guys also, because we just had to go through this process and of like rethinking and like figuring out our place in the world. You know, what are we in the end? Who do you want to be? What do we really want to do? Like, what is our purpose? What value are we bringing to society? Like, okay, it is fun, but is it like just for fun? How long is it gonna be like that? Or like, okay, it should keep being fun, but then like, how do we want to position ourselves and all these questions? So it was a very interesting process to have to think, and especially since it all started in such like an organic way, just like let's do stuff, let's have this place. Oh, now we have some supplies. Oh, now we got a donation and we have like, I don't know, a PCR thermocycler, and then things are seeming to be putting together, and then it was very organic. But then also it was important to stop things for a while and do like, okay, how do we want to show ourselves to the world, and like not about just showing, but adding value. That was a very interesting process that we did over the last months, and it was related to the fact, as I was mentioning, that we decided to establish ourselves as this like nonprofit, formally organized group of people. And then that's definitely something that I think not always, but I guess sometimes we miss and we forget to think about it and to consider all this more like questions or fundamental questions. And not that we have to answer all these questions before doing something or concretizing any projects or building a lab or building a community, but I guess they're important to be asked. And then also about barriers, I guess supplies are always a thing. What's coming to my mind right now is one thing. I have no idea how specific that is to Brazil, but getting some chemicals is really complicated. I know regulations exist everywhere, but we have different blacklists. Like some chemicals are regulated by, I don't know, the federal police, and some are for other agencies, and then there is this thing that's sometimes it is hard to get access to some stuff. Even like it doesn't have to be anything like crazy or very specific. Some like general like kinds of like alcohols or stuff, and then that's kind of like, wow, but you're not in a university or a formally established institution. That has been a barrier sometimes. Like we're not related to any grant numbers by the research foundation, so they kind of ask for this kind of information sometimes, and being this little independent place has been a little difficult sometimes, especially I guess regarding that. But yeah, I guess that's it.
I think we got some super interesting comments going on in the chat here too about the different, some people illuminating things that others hadn't thought of in their areas. Matthew had a question for the panel. Do you want me to read it, or would you prefer to speak up?
I can read it. I just scrolled back. So my kind of question is how you balance education and action. So I think it's really easy for us as a movement to be always focused on educating and filling in those knowledge gaps. But is that really going to make a difference in the communities we're serving, like people have mentioned? So I think as I asked that question, it morphed into like, how do you find people in your community willing to take that next step from education to action?
Can I go first very quickly? Okay.
Yes, please.
So one thing I've seen a lot of community labs do is they want to do everything. And you have to start realizing that there's groups that specifically work on just science education, like BioBuilder is one of them, for example. They do a pretty good job of that. They even have little workshops, materials you can get from them. And then some people want to focus on entrepreneurship, so they start doing startups and blah, 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 and kind of eventually becomes some sort of incubator thing. And some people kind of try to re-emulate academia despite the fact they don't like it. They just make another institution, which is a really weird one to me personally, but they do it. And so you really, when you're choosing what your biology lab, your hackerspace is going to be about, the way I see it is that you should have your own personal drive towards some sort of project. You as the individual, not the board member or the director of so-and-so, you as the individual human not in charge should have something like you're really into education. And that means that you probably want to go out to educational events and, you know, say, hey, everyone, we've learned stuff. Now let's do a cool project and sort of have that train, you know, that line there. But what I see is, you know, honestly, community labs and biohackerspaces and hackerspaces, what they do better than anyone else is provide space. We're really good at that. That's our key core competency. So that's sort of so when I'm thinking about how to manage a hackerspace, what I'm thinking is, you know, education is not my core thing. You know, getting people to do stuff is not my core thing. If you give someone space and permission to do what they want, they'll do stuff. So to give you an idea, Noisebridge, like I said, we don't have a membership dues. We don't have fees. The door is open almost all the time. And what we run on something called a duocracy, which means that if you think something's going to be controversial, at the very least yell around the room, yo, is it okay if I make this loud noise? And everyone will be like, yeah, sure, whatever. You know, it's sort of this, it's not like, oh, I need to go to the committee to see if it's okay to make loud noises between 11 a.m. and 11:30 a.m. And, it's more on the fly. And what ends up happening there is people start being empowered. They say, hey, wait, I'm in charge and so are you. And so what I try to do is make it so that people that are interested in education can do education. So we have a Circuit Hacking Monday class where Robert comes out and he just goofs around for an hour and teaches people circuit stuff. But like, we're not organizing for that for him. He puts it on the meetup and he shows up and people show up in droves. It's a very personal thing. The way he can somewhat make money from it is he sometimes sells kits if it's something that, has real hardware value. And so the point is that you should make it as free as possible for people to come in and do what they want, as long as that's not a bad thing. If they want to do something bad or something annoying, like, for example, we had a guy that kept bringing in scooters that were obviously stolen because they were beeping, like, those electric scooters just beep, beep, beep. And we weren't so upset by the theft because, I don't know, it's VC money, man. We don't really care. We were just annoyed that it had a GPS in it and it was beeping really loud and the cops would show up. Like, that was the issue. So you really, you have to sort of find your values as a community and stick with them. And I think that's done really well for Noisebridge. I think I got a little off topic, but I hope that answers part of your question.
I want to ask Matthew also, what do you mean by the balance between education and action? What do you call action? And after you answer, what do you call action? I think there's a lot of things that for us that we don't have the physical space, there are just projects that come out of that part of education. So you come in, you do a workshop, you learn something, and then you go out and you do your own project with this information, and you start like gaining more knowledge around a topic that you didn't really know beforehand. And yeah, about action, because I want to know, because for instance, we do a lot of the research, then we put it in a workshop mode so people can know more about what we're doing. And after that, now we're planning an exhibitions that all the people from the team have to build a prototype using this technology that this type of material or process that we're using, to be able to, again, put it out there. So my mom can go and say, they're doing something with fungi. I don't understand, but it starts like running around in people, and then, okay, maybe I can ask my cup to be out of fungus now because they're saying it's safe and it's there. So what would you say, what is action?
That's a great question. And hearing from both you and Tim, maybe hearing about that, the space, is an important, to let people, to give a space for people to develop ideas and collaborations is the action in the sense,
Okay, Jessica, I would like to chip in, if that's okay. I think then the question that you ask yourself is, who are the people that the lab is intended to serve? So for my community, for instance, the balance between education and action is missing because there is not a space for them to do the action. And then they come in the space to do, to perform the action, and you realize that the education itself is not enough to let them do the action. So then we try to actually merge the education and then the action, where we do training and workshops where, okay, so once we teach, we take you to, okay, synthetic biology, plasmid and stuff, then we give you projects, or when you have your own question, you have your own project, then you go through that approach. So then the question becomes, who are the people you are serving and what are the capacity? And once you are able to answer that, I think you'll be able to learn whether you should go for action only, education only, or education and action, merged together.
Anyone else want to jump in on that one? All right, well, we only have 5 minutes left. This panel went by very quickly. Are there any more questions from the audience that people would like to ask? Heidi, yes, it cannot be from the audience. It could be anybody.
I would just like to know, like, you guys, if you're in the US or also in Europe, how how is the exchange between this type of community lab? Is there like a bigger community? I know with Biosome, there's like the regionals and you have that, but how much do you really communicate, and what, if there's any like agenda, like I don't know, marriage agenda between labs?
So I guess sort of in a federated sense, do you mean? Like, do we have like sort of programs that we do together? I just want some clarification there, I guess.
Yeah, it could be programs or just this idea of collaboration. Maybe we could do this because we're like in the same area. As you were saying, there's a lot of them in the same area. Did you come together at some point and say like, okay, let's do this? And it doesn't have to be like super program or set up, but just...
Do we talk besides the Bio Summit? That's like, okay, sweet. So a lot of it comes down to, so I know BioCurious and Counterculture talk a lot. They share community projects. They're on opposite ends of the bay, so it's kind of hard to go between, but they also let all tons of people in as well. You know, there'll be a meeting for open insulin where there's going to be some person that's like maybe in Denver, maybe in Georgia, the country, not the state. Like, you know, there'll be people from all over joining. And then sort of on this more local scale, like Noisebridge actually has a relationship with Pseudo Room, which shares the same room with Counterculture Labs. So but most of that relationship is like, in the Bay Area, we've all agreed to ban the same people. You get cross-banned by like 4 different organizations if you mess up in one. So it's, I don't know if BioCurious is a part of that. Maybe Maria can tell me, but I know for sure that Pseudo Room, Counterculture, and Noisebridge all have you can actually check it out. It's called the Noisebridge 86 list. And it's our only deterrent keeping people from being bad, is they don't want to be on the 86 list. But that's like very loose collaboration. And then like more formal, sometimes I think they would get together for like, you know, we share like a couple of booths or like a little area at like the Maker Fair sort of deal, or like, you know, we'd hang out there. But for most of these people, it's a very, I want to say, you know, it's a closer community sort of thing. And there's like, some people actually drive from East Bay to hang out at Noisebridge, and vice versa. Some people drive from San Francisco to go to Counterculture. And it's really, you know, these groups are a little bit more isolated than you'd imagine, but every community is different, and that's okay, at least in my experience.
Yeah, as the other member of the Bay Area community on this, yeah, it takes a long time to get from Oakland to San Francisco, despite the fact you can see it. It's, you know, a good hour. So
yeah, I can see Oakland from my house. It'll take me an hour to get there. It's terrible.
Yeah, and I would like to add that yeah, Hive Biolab has a lot of formal communication or collaboration with the Open Bioeconomy Lab, MOA Lab, and then the Friendzymes initiative, where we look at projects and then we work together on projects. So I think throughout this summit, we'll hear a lot about the Friendzymes, but then I'll just put in this link and then you can just check out our Discord channel and learn more about the Friendzymes, where we particularly look at how to democratize biotechnology through several means, enzyme manufacturing. I mean, Tim has met with us once, so it's a lot of collaboration among all the labs that I mean, we share things in common. .
time. And so if there are more questions, I would encourage everyone to continue this conversation on the Slack. I think people are probably sticking around for a little while too, and throw it in the chat. So thank you all. If we could give some snaps and love to our awesome panel who put up with this event. Yeah, thank you guys so very, very much.
Great job. Anyways, all right.
It's a treat. Thank you all. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
It was really nice. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, and thank you guys all so much for being here. I was part of the conference in 2018, and I love being part of this community and seeing all of the amazing things that everyone is doing. So it's really quite an honor for me to be able to share with you what we've been doing at Seeding Labs and how we do our work and how we've been able to achieve a sense of global community for transformative change. And so I hope that message comes through as I tell you a little bit about who we are and the work that we do. So I'm going to start from a long time ago, if I can advance these slides. Back in 2005, when I was a graduate student at Harvard, and a group of us had come together for a lot of different reasons, but with the shared value that it was critically important that we push against our, often natural instinct to say, hey, you, the three people that I can see right in front of me, you're my community, and I'm gonna, pull all my resources into you. All of us here, I think we really understand as scientists, as people with global backgrounds, and certainly this group of people that I was with experiences working across the world in Jordan, Cote d'Ivoire, Nepal, Italy, the US, we knew the importance of connecting with our peers and colleagues across the globe and making sure that the strength of our scientific community is not limited by geography. And so we started doing some activities to build up those links, inviting speakers from around the world to share their work with the Harvard community, and inviting speakers from places that we normally don't encounter at Harvard, largely scientists working from developing countries, low and middle income countries. And as we got to hear more, we learned more about the different challenges faced by our peers in the global scientific community. And we met people like Dr. Arsen Arakelian here. He's here in the front row on the right in the blue jeans. And he's the director of the Institute for Molecular Biology in Armenia. This institute is actually pretty old, it's 50 years old, and it has a mandate to promote research that supports Armenia, such as bringing personalized and precision medicine to diseases like schizophrenia. At the same time, this research institute trains something like 300 undergraduate and graduate students, the people who are the future for Armenia's STEM workforce. And as a public institution, the Institute for Molecular Biology is funded by the government, but funding just barely covers staff salaries and the existing infrastructure, like the building, the electricity. And it leaves, something like only $20,000 USD annually for equipment for the entire institution. And so while Dr. Arakelian and the staff had a big vision for their future work, including launching a personal genome project for Armenia, establishing research groups in immunology and cell biology to complement their genetics work, these efforts were pretty much blocked by an inability to invest in necessary equipment. And of course, when you have equipment and limitations, students as well had few opportunities to have hands-on training. So we have scientists across the world, we're learning about their experiences, what it's like for them to pursue science. And we realized at Harvard that there was something that we could do. In our labs, we had perfectly functioning laboratory equipment sitting unused. And we realized that this could be a vital lifeline for people in situations like Arsen's. So we started collecting equipment, and you can see us there in the hallways to the basement of Harvard, actually collecting equipment from the labs, testing it and packing it up. And we piloted shipments of equipment to our colleagues, starting off with, fellows like Miguel Pinto here. He's an Argentinian neuroscientist who was returning home to start his own lab. And our equipment provided them with a startup package that they wouldn't otherwise have. And so this activity, this thing that we started as a small but globally minded community of scientists was the beginning of a program that we now call Instrumental Access. And today, Instrumental Access is not powered by the efforts of just a few scrappy graduate and postdoc students. We've brought in nearly 200 institutional partners, from manufacturers and volunteers at those places like the volunteers here at Millipore Sigma, to equipment distributors, to pharma and biotech companies, universities like Harvard, and anywhere, basically anyone in the whole research community, government labs, clinics, even dentists and individual bioenthusiasts, all coming together, donating equipment to support peers in less resource labs. And it's a program designed to take advantage of the collective power of many. And so we funneled these excess resources from hundreds of organizations in the research ecosystem into institutions in low and middle income countries where they can use it to catalyze their research and STEM education. And so now when our partner institutions now have access to these equipment lifelines, the potential for what they can accomplish is nearly limitless. And we've, over the course of our just over a decade of work, we've enhanced education. Over 100,000 undergraduates have access to equipment that they wouldn't have had in their training. Institutions have been able to establish new master's and PhD programs. So now you're able to have the higher level education training in country instead of sending out your most talented scientists outside of the country. And scientists have used the Instrumental Access Program to establish new research centers, international collaborations, publications, and at just over 50 of these institutions, they've brought in over 11 million in new grants. So, this is a really powerful effort that we've been able to accomplish. And today we're still a pretty small team. We're just about 10 people, but with Instrumental Access, with our model of connecting, hundreds of thousands of people in research, we've been able to transform how people in the globe can access science. So it's made it possible for us to achieve a massive redistribution of resources. If you think about, just taking a step back, across the globe, 80% of our population lives in low and middle income countries, but 80% of the research funding is concentrated in just 10 countries. And through Instrumental Access, we've actually been able to shift that balance for 92 institutions in 36 low and middle income countries. So what does this look like? I want to bring you back to arson. The Instrumental Access Program makes it possible to connect to the global community and for all of us to become a part of the dreams and visions of others. For Arson, who I introduced you to earlier, he knew where the Institute should be headed, but he didn't have the resources to get there. With Instrumental Access, they were able to renew their molecular biology equipment. They grew out their cellular biology and immunology labs. He called being able to participate in this program a complete solution. Their undergraduate students are using PCR in their practicals, and they've published research made possible only with this equipment. And you can see some of those papers that they've been able to publish. And in 2018, they actually got approval from the government to start and funding to start their Armenian Genome Project. The big dream of establishing a molecular genetics and bioinformatics research specific to the population of Armenians. So I think, hopefully I've been able to establish how, Seeding Labs, we work with a huge community to be able to redistribute resources, but there is another critical piece to, I think, the story of the Seeding Labs community and the power of bringing the community together. And it's something that's not as easily measurable as projects started or pieces of equipment moved around. And I think that power is really the ability to make us change how we see the world. So I want to share with you a few stories of how connecting people across borders through this Instrumental Access Program has actually changed how different people view their role and view the role of the global the global scientific community instead of, just the people you have around you. And so I first want to share a little bit of a story about building trust. And, we work with scientists from all over the world. I hear a lot of times from the scientists that we work with, before they've established a relationship with us, that their institutions, are worried about establishing a partnership with Seeding Labs because they don't know who we are. Even sometimes we might be a scam. It sounds too good to be true, right? And this feeling isn't entirely unfounded, especially in least resource institutions. The lack of external support. You don't have funding from the government. It's hard to get funding from international funding bodies. People are hesitant to collaborate with you. And so that gives you a feeling that you are out there on your own, and why would you trust other people? And so when you have all of this kind of coming together, you establish a different culture, one that inhibits collaboration and connection outside of the university, and that gets built up. But we see something really incredible happening as we do build up a partnership through the Instrumental Access Program. And one of our scientists from Colombia shared it with me, and he said it in this really special, it was a very special way to me. He said that we sparked a paradigm shift, not only for his colleagues, but the entire university. And what that shift was is they'd never envisioned that they would be part of a global community where someone across the world would stand up to support them, to support their research and support their students. And, they never even interacted, but they still got this feeling that, hey, we're part of one community. And so, being part of this program, we saw this change happening. The university started changing how they saw, we are really part of one community instead of outside of it. In another place in the Dominican Republic at the Universidad Iberoamericana, Instrumental Access helped them open up their first research institute in the country dedicated to tropical medicine and global health. And being able to do this changed how they were able to connect across communities. First, when they opened the institute, they brought in government ministers, international collaborators, executives from multinational companies. It was, they were able to bring together different parts of the community because all of these different pieces saw, hey, there's a huge community investing in this project. And the director of that institute, Robert Paulino, he shared with us the feeling that it changed for them. It's now we can be part of a global research network in a more inclusive way because of the infrastructure we have. And we've been doing this for more than a decade. And so I'm really, really proud to say that it really does feel like our community ties are strengthening and our community members are rising up to support each other. And of course, that was, incredibly salient as we all in 2020 started to face this global pandemic where everyone was affected by this major global event. And in the early months of the pandemic, I was really amazed at how our community responded. Here in the US, our partner labs that were equipment donors, their labs were closing down. Obviously, a lot of concern about what was going to happen in the future. Nobody knows. And there was intense competition across the globe for resources. But what happened is despite all of these things happening, despite all of the uncertainty, our partners reached out to us to see how can we support our global community. And so our partners in Eswatini got resources and expertise to print 3D masks. We were able to actually, despite the shutting down of global supply chain, we were able to send out equipment and equip partners in Malawi and at Winibe and in Armenia with equipment so they could actually start running diagnostic tests, these things that were so difficult and that everybody was competing for. And so, it was really, really amazing to see that even though we're just sharing equipment, people were really coming together around it and really coming together to support each other. And so from the lab director in Malawi, this is Dr. Gama Bendawe, and again, a huge change in how you feel. His lab was the 4th lab in the country to be accredited to perform coronavirus diagnostics. And so what he said to us is, this equipment has given us the ability to act and allowed us to reclaim some agency over our fate in this unprecedented global struggle. And so like, this is some really amazing things happening. So after all of this, what's my take on the power of community? You might see instrumental access as simply a way to move equipment from one place to another, but for us, it's become a platform to bridge a global community. And we see that we can accomplish more than just the redistribution of equipment. There's thousands of researchers that we've supported pushing forward innovations in energy, health, agriculture, hundreds of thousands of students better equipped to lead a future in the sciences, and a new outlook, a new hope for who we can count on to be a part of that future. And I just want to close up bringing it back to Dr. Arsen Arakelian, who shared with us that the power of community gave him courage. So thank you guys all. I really appreciate the time and the ability to share the work of Seeding Labs with you. If you want to learn more, you can go to our website, seedinglabs.org. You can email me, melissa@seedinglabs.org. If you're interested in becoming a part of the Instrumental Access Program, application at seedinglabs.org, or donating equipment to our program, equipment@seedinglabs.org. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Melissa. Let's give some snaps and love for that amazing presentation and really, really impactful work. We, I believe, have a few minutes for questions. Let me just double check my schedule here. Sorry. Yes, yeah, we're doing well on time. So please, does anyone have any questions? If not, I can jump in with some that I have. Okay, so we had a really great panel before this that I don't know if you were able to catch it, where we talked about some of the challenges of running a community lab space in these diverse network of people across the world. And one thing that came up for people in Ghana and some people in Brazil was that getting access to things was a problem, and not just equipment, but actually getting simple things like books and stuff. And so I wondered if you have any, because I know you guys are experts at getting stuff places, if you have any insight you could share with the people on how to make that an easier process.
Well, that's kind of a big question in terms of how to make it an easier process. I think some of the things that would make it an easier process are things that, advocating for change on a policy level, because a lot of the things that we see are regulatory issues that make it hard to do transport, and the fact that like even if you're purchasing something from outside of the country, there's so much taxes and the cost of transport and everything that it might be 3 times the cost of what it would be to if you were to purchase it from the country that it was manufactured in. So one thing, how do we make it easier is policy change. And it's something that, we do as we do more shipments to particular countries and build more relationships with the government bureaus and things like that, we start to advocate for those kinds of changes of like, not charging taxes for educational purposes or for research purposes. And, someone wrote in logistics, if you're, one of the ways that we've managed logistics, and one of the benefits of the Instrumental Access Program is we structured it to scale so that it's meant to support a whole department. And so it's 100 to 200 items in a shipment being all shipped at once. And that makes the logistics a little easier. It makes it a little bit cheaper. We use ocean freight because it's equipment and not reagents, so we don't have to do cold chain. And we do it under a donation structure, which makes it possible for us to access some of those political, not political, but those regulatory laws that make it a little bit cheaper. And you just have to do it one time instead of 100 times. And so if, for us, the way we do it, economies of scale, if you're doing it on your own, trying to access those economies of scale, it is, I would say it is difficult outside of, we've created our program the way it is because it is difficult doing it on your own.
Yeah.
Yes.
It totally makes a lot of sense. I just thought I would ask in case you had any super words of wisdom you could solve everyone's problems with.
Yeah, if we had a different solution, I would share it, and then we wouldn't have to exist.
So I guess my next question, since no one is putting any questions in the chat, is sort of, so you have this amazing community that you've built through yours, and we have this super engaged, amazing communities here. How can we work together, and what would you want everyone in this Zoom room to walk away and do to support you and your mission?
Well, I think that's a couple of questions, and one thing is, what I've learned is, one of the things I've learned is you don't really know necessarily the outcomes of what's going to happen when you connect with people. So coming to this kind of event and actually actively trying to connect with each other and have conversations and do things together. The whole second half of my talk of this transformative change in culture and perspective and how people see being part of community, that was not designed into instrumental access. But it came because we met with people, because we were fostering connections, and hearing about what was going on, and sharing the story of how people are coming together. So I would say, do that, meet with each other. If you really want to, make an impact for Seeding Labs work, come meet with us, come talk to us. We're a small team, but we love talking to you. And so, please engage with us, whether it's donating equipment, applying to the Instrumental Access Program. I didn't have time to talk about this telescience platform, but we have, but I think actually that would be a great thing for this community. It's a free platform. It's a way for people to share the tips, tricks, and hacks of doing the techniques and the skills that you learn in the lab, right? You go one-on-one and you go to somebody's lab to learn how to do something, and they tell you here's exactly how you need to hold the pipette, right? And a protocol doesn't tell you that. And that kind of information is really hard to access. And everybody here who is, doing experiments, you are experts in the very specific thing that you do. So you hold some really special knowledge. So being able to, come onto our telescience platform, share that knowledge with a broader audience, ask us if you trying to access some technique, some tips on a technique, ask us and we'll try and find someone who can share that on the platform as well.
Oh, I love that. So basically it's like a dating service that you set up for people who have skills and need it. Yeah.
Everyone can watch your date in action.
It's terrifying. All right, so I'll open it up one more time. Are there any questions from the audience here about anything that you could
Yeah, I see this question. Applications for instrumental access are open all the time. We review the applications about quarterly, decisions are made on a quarterly basis. I would say, and this is often a big barrier to people, if we don't accept you the first time you apply, again, come talk to us. I know it can be very daunting when you put in a lot of effort to apply to something and you receive a rejection. And a lot of organizations, and ours definitely so, we want to talk to people, share information with you about what could be done better. Sometimes it's a miscommunication. Sometimes it's, there are things that we would love to talk to you about what can be done to make your application more successful a second time around. So please do that. So someone just said, kindly put the name of the program. So our video program is called Telescience, and you can find that on our website. And the equipment exchange program is called Instrumental Access.
Great. Anita, you had your hand raised. Did you want to?
Yeah, I'm going to leave my camera off just because I'm in the middle of eating. I'm in a different time zone. So yeah, I didn't catch every moment of the presentation, but I will watch the replay. But I did see where you showed the map of the kind of where you've reached. And I noticed that the Guyanas, so Suriname, Guyana, and the other one, French Guyana, that you haven't reached there. And I just wondered how, how do you choose where you're going to go next?
So it's a combination of so one, there are some eligibility criteria. We only work in countries that are defined by the World Bank as a low and middle income country, or countries that are eligible for IBRD funding. So French Guyana, I'm not sure actually if that fits into that criteria. But it's an open application process as long as you are in, your institution is in the countries that are eligible for the program. And if you're a new country, like as in a country that we haven't worked in before, we do a little bit more logistical investigation into what the regulatory environment is. But it's pretty much, for us, if we haven't worked in a country, most often the case is we haven't received applications. So please apply.
Okay, thank you. I will let somebody know in Guyana. Guyana. Thank you.
We only have 2 minutes left, but we do have one more question here about insurance. I think someone's in Switzerland asking about the insurance implications of donating equipment.
Yeah, so there's 2 parts of this. Shipping old things that might need some work. One, we do have a intensive quality control process, and we don't accept equipment that doesn't work or might need some work. It must be fully functional. It can't be the kind of thing of like, well, it's so easy to jerry rig this or you replace that and it'll be fine. We only accept fully functioning. It has to be stuff that is supported by the manufacturer. So even, there's a lot of old equipment that everybody loves because it's like an old workhorse. And it's like, but yeah, if one thing breaks, like you might not have a machinist to make that part. So we don't accept that. So they must be things that are functioning and usable for the foreseeable future. And insurance, in terms of covering insurance, so we cover insurance, our warehouse where we collect equipment from the point of departure from the donor to when it actually receives the port, is received at the port from the institution that's receiving the equipment. We have insurance that covers the transport of the equipment throughout that whole way. Now we do ask that institutions have general liability insurance, but every institution has a different capacity for that, and it's not we're not making institutions go and get insurance policies, but from the donor perspective, that's how we approach that. And software is a little bit of a tricky thing for used equipment. A lot of times, especially for getting it from companies, they are not allowed to donate the software. So that's a piece that we do on a case-by-case basis. We do check, and if we're able to get the software, we get the software. We can speak with manufacturers to see if they'll donate software. In cases where we can't get that, we still make that equipment available to our partners. And actually what happens when you're part of the Instrumental Access Program, you go into our inventory and you select whatever you want from what's available. But we'll make it very clear that if you were to select this particular piece of equipment, you would have to, budget for and obtain the software separately.
All right, well, thank you so much. So everybody, let's give some huge love to Melissa and her program. to do this. And if you are interested in any more, you can connect with her through the means that she posted or continue this in the chat. So thank you so much. All right, next we have a great set of talks that we've called Planting Seeds and Growing Community. And once again, I've lost my slides. So we have a number of different talks here. Let's see. Yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna stop this sharing. I don't know who's talking in which sections right now. Tina, I believe you are up first. Are you sharing your own slides or are we sharing them for you?
I have my own slides.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you for letting me speak at today's event. And all right, I'm gonna, sorry, just give me 1 second. Can you see this? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I've just never done a presentation, but oh wait, sorry. Let me. Okay. Here. Okay. Here. So, is it? Oh, sorry. Okay, there it goes.
There you go. Perfect.
All right. Can everyone see? And it's in like a full screen mode that it's,
yes.
Okay, cool. So hi everyone. Thank you for letting me speak today, and listening to the previous talk was definitely really interesting about making science more accessible for everyone globally. So what I do is, so my talk is titled How to Do Plant Biology Research in a Community Lab. And I am a volunteer at at Genspace lab in Brooklyn, New York. And I lead a community science project called Open Plant. And a little bit about me is I'm currently a bioinformatics student at NYU, and I lead this community bio project. But at my first master's at Penn State was in plant biology, so I have a lot of experience in plant biology research. And when I moved back home to New York City, I didn't see a lot of plant research opportunities. A lot of research done in New York is mostly medical research. And since I'm from New York City and I wanted to live close to home, I mean, my parents are older, so I wanted to move back home to take care of them. And also, I just love New York, so I was glad to be back. But I also still was very interested in plant science, but didn't really have an outlet for it. And luckily at Genspace, it's a community biolab that they're just very inviting toward fostering all kinds of projects. And I started this community project called Open Plant. And we were inspired by the Open Plant Forum, which is a group in the that came out of the University of Cambridge in the UK. So Professor Jim Hasselhoff started the Open Plant Forum in the UK, and their goal was to expand Mercantia research. And Mercantia polymorphia is the common liverwort plant. So we decided, hey, what an awesome thing that we could do maybe in a community science fashion. So this is our group here. This is a recent group photo. And so the project is really inspired by the different members, I take into account what everyone's interested in. And one of our members was interested in expressing insulin in the liverwort plants. So that's what we've been working on. And we only meet once a week. So community science research goes very slow. It's not how it is in an academic or an industry environment, but the point is to really just expand plant biology research to anyone who's interested and allow and find a citizen scientist in everyone. So so I'm just going to go through a bit about our project. We're expressing insulin into liverwort plants, but there is some bioengineering that the team learns. We also learn how to do plant transformations with agrobacterium mediated transformations. And then the goal is to select the plants that look the best, make some observations, contribute to science, and then synthesize some insulin. So along the way, as a community science project, we don't have as many resources. And a lot of times we'll get donations, such as from seeding labs, right? So different organizations will donate equipment for us. Or when you have a citizen science project, you get people from all different walks of life. And luckily we had some software engineers and some tinkerers. So we built our own DIY plant incubator. And that was a lot of fun. And along the way, we realized, hey, we gotta monitor these plants somehow. So we built this automated lamp monitoring system that takes pictures of our plants and is able to measure growth rates automatically, which is really cool. And the software people created an Amazon Web Services server so that we can upload the data onto there. And I'm super proud of the team because all of this work was done simply fueled by volunteer passion. And that's just an introduction to our project, but hopefully we inspire people to do plant science at home, in a business, or in a community lab with friends, or even in a personal biology project. And yeah, anyone's welcome to join Open Plant. We're to designate ourselves separately from the UK group, we call ourselves Open Plant NYC, but that's just an introduction to how you can do plant biology in a community science lab. Sorry, that's just my brief talk. Hi, everyone.
Thank you so much. We have a minute or so if anyone has a question. If not, are there ways for people who aren't local to get involved?
I would like to ask, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Tina, could you please give us your email because I would like to contact you.
Oh, sure, of course.
Yeah, and don't forget Slack.
Yeah, true. But okay, thank you.
But however you guys want to do it.
I like email better anyways. So
thank you very much. I will be contacting you.
Yeah, feel free to contact me. I often help the other community members answer any plant science questions, or if you have any questions about the Open Plant project itself, I'm always happy to have a conversation.
Great, and thank you so much. We're doing such an amazing job of staying on time, you guys. I can't even begin to tell you how happy that makes me, but lots of love for Tina. Thank you so much. Up next, we have Omar and Letitia from Chinampa with Farm to Table.
Yes, so it's Farm to Lab Table, actually.
Farm to Lab Table, sorry.
It's okay. I'm gonna share my screen here. So Omar unfortunately could not be here today. He does have a work training to attend, but I'm happy to present instead. My name is Leticia Hernandez, and I have been working with Omar Perez in the Chinampa lab. I am presenting on our Farm to Lab Table program, which is interested in connecting biolabs and biomakerspaces with community gardens. So Omar is actually the ED for Shinampa, and I am the founder of a community garden called or a community garden group called Local Urban Gardeners. So quick introduction, I'm a mom, volunteer, wife, community gardener, advocate, and educator. My background is in youth education. I founded and built the community garden at Natividad Creek Park in Salinas, California. When I'm not gardening, I'm working on youth programming at the Center for Land-Based Learning. And most recently, I started working with Shinampa as a program coordinator for some of their programs in our community biolab. I also serve in Salinas in the community on various boards and groups. And I always stay connected to community. Omar, I'll just do a quick introduction of Omar since he's not here. He is a Salinas native. He has passion for social justice, human interactions, and community building. He has seen the importance of empowering historically disenfranchised communities through civic participation and community engagement. Omar has received a BA in psychology from UC Santa Cruz, and he is very active in our community as well. A little bit about the Farm to Lab Table history. Omar and I have been working together a lot in the community. We have sat on the board for a Alisal Vibrancy Plan, which is a citywide, or it's a region-specific city plan for our little city here in Salinas. It's community-driven, and it's about reinvesting money into the east side of our city. And through that opportunity, Omar and I were able to get connected, and we found that we had very like-minded interests, specifically around community building, community education, building alternative education spaces. And also, we would argue about waste streams and more specifically, debating on our local waste streams and stuff like that. I'm also the founder of Natividad Park Community Garden. And so naturally learning about what Omar was working on with the Shinampa Biolab and with his interest in creating a community biospace, we just found like we had really like-minded mission statements and interest around sharing growing food, sharing science, sharing information about agriculture, and our vision for, and we began to build a vision for a space for all of these things to coalesce and to thrive. So a little bit about our work. So during the pandemic, we had a huge shutdown. We couldn't even access our parks at the time. And this actually sparked a lot of community involvement and a lot of eyes on the garden. And so we ended up partnering, both Shinampa and Local Urban Gardeners. We partnered with a group called Blue Zones of Monterey County and another group called Me Earth. And Blue Zones of Monterey County is really just interested in getting people to live longer and to adopt healthy practices around food, exercise, and mental health. Me Earth is specifically focused on garden education, and they work out of a middle school in Carmel, California. So once we all came together during the pandemic, we decided that there needs to be, we decided that the space in the garden could be doing so much more for our community. And so we worked really hard virtually. We hadn't even met in person yet, virtually to build community garden standards. We worked on building a program called the Gardenrx Program, where we we have our healthcare providers or our doctors prescribe, give prescriptions to youth and young adults to come out to the garden and to have a plot and to grow food and to learn about gardening and to be a little bit more active. And then we are also working together on the Biodesign Challenge, which this year we're excited to be doing both in the garden for half of the time and in the community lab here at the Biolab. And then we also were able to participate in the BioJam camp last year and bring out our students to the garden, talking about how to grow food. Well, they were imagining futures, futures of agriculture in that program. A little bit, so the Farm to Lab table is this really beautiful partnership that I think it's very unique to our region, because in Salinas we have a huge population of agriculture businesses, big ag and small ag, organic and conventional. And we also have a huge influx of ag innovation and ag tech. And so trying to bring these conversations to people in our community so that they can understand how things are going to change and are changing in our food systems, and providing vocabulary around science and biology, and working collaboratively with biology and with nature, really starting to re-envision how we can sustain our planet and sustain our agriculture systems and our food systems. And so it's a very unique situation because we have so much knowledge that is held within our youth and within our community around growing food. And when we bring folks together, like you can see here in the pictures on the left, and we start giving them the vocabulary to experiment, to understand, and to just be creative. It's really become an exciting and I don't know, cutting edge opportunity to bring the community into this bio language, into this bio world. And I myself, I feel like I am a product of that, because until I met Shinamba, I was just very much a gardener. And during these last couple of years, working with Omar and with Corinne and with other folks in the bio community, I'm beginning to learn that I'm much more than a gardener, that I am a biologist and that I am a biodesigner. Our vision, overall vision for the Farm to Lab table is to connect youth and adults to natural environment and with controlled environments. So the garden being the natural environment and then the lab being the controlled environment. We want to build a community that extends into different spaces, groups, and expertise. We want community members planting ancestral seeds to grow at the garden and study and use for food and medicine. We hope to create a place that cultivates biology for the creation of biomaterials. We are already doing that by growing kombucha and utilizing it as a material for art out in the garden. And we want a place to explore biology and apply agricultural sciences, biology, and sustainability.
Really, really love hearing people's stories to how they end up in these communities. Everyone takes usually such a circuitous path to get here, and we're all happy to have you and your diversity. So everyone, let's thank Letty.
Thank you
for her lovely talk and beautiful work with the youth of Salinas. We don't have any time for questions right now, but if people want to throw anything in the chat, we might have a few minutes left at the end of the session. We can wrap it up too. Thank you. All right, next we're going to have Anya and Corinne talking about I'm not sure what the name of your talk is, but yes. Would you like me to share the slides, or do you want to do that?
Let me see if I can find. I'm about as bad as you, Jessica, with finding where my slides are. So
All right. I can share them if you want. Or
yeah, that'd be cool.
That's probably fast.
Okay. Let's see here.
Yeah, Mr. Talk, whoever put that in.
I'm sure it's there somewhere. I have too many windows open. So, okay, start from, I may have, hold on. That was not what I wanted to do. I do not want to share that from the beginning. My apologies.
And I just want to say, I'm just so grateful that we get to go after Leti, because the journeys that Shinampa and Leti through her programming is developing now really is excitedly partially informed by this survey we did in collaboration with Leti.
Okay, now I've lost the slides. I am so sorry. Let's see, escape. I thought this would be easier. Okay, let me find your slideshow.
We all feel your pain. We've been messing with Zoom for way too long.
You know, you would think that I could do this since I do this for a living, but apparently not. Presenter view. Hopefully this just opens up this slide. Nope.
Okay. I think I have them somewhere here. Let me see. I might be able to try too.
I have too many windows open and my computer is now throwing a fit. All right, I think I got it. Just let me know when you want me to change slides.
Got it. Yes, Corinne, we can introduce ourselves on the slide. Is that what we did? Okay, great. Working on the fly here. Yeah, so my name's Anya Scholes, and I'm the program director for biology and design at the Tech Interactive in San Jose, California.
And I'm Corinne Takara. I'm a bioartist and STEAM educator. I work with Shinampa and some other programming, but mostly with Shinampa right now. And we are going to be sharing bio plus food plus tech.
And to provide a tiny bit of context, this was a project that Corinne and I embarked on together as fellows for a program that was sponsored by the Association of Science and Technology Centers to sort of engage with your community and host a forum of some kind on a topic of importance to your community. So I figured I'd start by giving a little bit of context for where we're situated in the world. And so I mentioned I'm in San Jose. My organization is in San Jose, I guess I should say, and Shinampa is in the Salinas Valley. And so that's a pretty broad region around the Bay Area, and some of the sort of like nicknames that those two regions have, I think, provide some insight into the diversity that we see in that area, which is that San Jose obviously is Silicon Valley, and the Salinas Valley is oftentimes called the salad bowl of the world. And so it's really beautiful to have those two very diverse spaces in a similar region. And that does mean that there's a huge diversity of rural and urban communities and cultures represented. And all that whole area is deeply impacted by the fields of ag tech, biotech, and food systems. But not surprisingly, there's vast disparities in education, health, participation, influence, enfranchisement, and access to the tools and the economic benefits of those fields. And there's a huge imbalance in whose voices are part of the conversation. So that was sort of the context for our project and the topic we chose. Next slide, please.
Yes, and so I just threw in the chat again from the links, but who was our target audience? We both at the Tech and at Shinampa are really interested in serving youth in the community and developing programming that is driven by their interests. So it's co-collaboration. And so how do we do that? We work with trusted community organizations. In East San Jose, we worked with Vegilution. We work with MCOE, Migrant Ed of Monterey County. And we worked with the Digital Nest and their programming that's also anchored in Salinas. And then Center for Land-Based Learning, which is actually Leti, her representing her node and the community garden. And we can go to the next slide.
Me already again.
Yeah.
So this slide is kind of a brief overview of our project and what pivoting had to happen, given that the fellowship started out right prior to COVID hitting, and we assumed we were doing an in-person forum where we could bring people to a table and have conversations and do hands-on projects. And obviously none of that was possible. So we had to get really creative on the spur of the moment and explore other options for creating conversation with these diverse communities that existed in our region, and that like, what were the tools we were going to use to do that? So Corinne and I got creative, and we decided to do sort of a three-part approach, which was that we would start with a physical pre-engagement activity. So make a little kit to give to teens to do some actual project at home to engage them. And then that kit would drive them to hopefully access a project website that had information about how to participate in the dialogue that was going to happen in the online space on a digital whiteboard space in a Miro board. And so that was a sort of complex flow, but we thought we really wanted to see if we could get sincere conversation and dialogue even while everybody was under stay-at-home orders. And then we also explored doing some synchronous social hours using the sort of digital whiteboard space as the backdrop for conversation. And we brought in special guest facilitators from the community and scientific experts to engage directly with the teens, who are sort of the driving voices in the conversation space. Next slide, please.
Fantastic. In the interest of time, I'm going to try to go through these two slides pretty fast. I think there was one right before. Oh no, this is the next one. Kit participation. Yeah, there we go. Activity kit. Oh my gosh, and there's Letty right there. I keep talking about Leticia. So we developed these kits, as Anya mentioned, and they had what we called stakeholder cards. Who in your community? So we really want to focus on what should the focus be in your community? What are the topics you're interested in? Whose voices should be heard? What's the format you're interested in learning from? And what are the connections? And so we had these stakeholder cards asking, who do you think is the most important voice to have in these conversations about ag tech, biotech, and food systems? And then we asked them, well, what is ag tech to you? What is biotech to you? We had a platform on these little cards, which you also had on the Miro board, that kind of got them percolating ideas from their own perspective. Have you ever grown anything? If you could design a food, what would it be, and what might be the implications? And we also had a little simple millifluidic tool where they could design something and test the pH. And most importantly, we had a blank card that they could add a stakeholder to if we didn't have it. And it took my breath away to see this bottom one. Someone took a picture of their aunt working in the ag fields. So I thought that was really beautiful. And that was a voice that she believed needed to be included. Next slide. Our partners, such as Letty, distributed the cards and then returned them back to us after the students had completed them. And this was our way of engaging during COVID, is how do you get this feedback back from youth who may not have great computer access? What are ways we could do this? So these are just some examples of what those cards were. Next slide. And they were really engaged and did beautiful ones. So the next step was we took some of that information and we seeded a Miro board, and that's an earlier link, and invited those students as well as others to come in and share their thoughts on where they thought we should focus our attention if we were going to develop. We let them know that we're co-developing. We want to know their ideas and how we should develop this curriculum. We haven't developed it yet. You let us know what directions we should go in. And many of them at the end really kind of focused on hands-on and gardening and internships. So I think that really kind of feeds into what we ended up doing. But you can look at this on the slide in that link. So next slide. We also had different expert stakeholders from the communities as well as from universities come in and comment. So we had this virtual comment session where everyone went on the board. And we had professors coming in from Stanford and experts from community like Leticia and from Vegilution, Baktun 12, different stakeholders in Salinas come in and comment on what the students were saying about where we should focus or bucket our attention. That's why we created buckets there. And their little post-it notes, their thoughts on why they wanted to focus in these particular areas. The why is really important. Going to earlier conversations in this whole panel, like the why of what you do is actually the most important thing. Next slide.
Oh, My turn again. And I'm realizing I feel like we skipped somehow on accident the topic slide. So I'll just quickly say that the overall goal of this was, for the conversation, was how do we design culturally relevant and inclusive youth engagement centered on these regional topics of ag tech, biotech, and food systems. So in case that helps explain it to some people, this is the sort of a very quick overview of what engagement looked like on those awesome platforms that Corinne was just showing, both the physical and the digital. We were able to give kits out to a bunch of teens in the community and have a bunch of them return those, as well as engage on the Miro board. We thought we were really happy to see that we were able to successfully engage majority teens in this conversation as one of those voices that doesn't get represented enough in these conversations, and that we did get representation from various regions in the Bay Area. Next slide, please. And then I think we're probably pretty close to time, so I'll go very quick. Is that we sort of took that Miro board, all of the information shared on there, and pulled the data that we could from that. There was some quantitative data about what teens were interested in, but then some of the more interesting data actually came just from looking at the conversations and pulling out themes and topics. And you can see some of those themes represented here, which just highlights that teens are really thoughtful and considering what interests them, and they really care about things that are relevant to themselves, their families, their communities, and that have impact on the world. And so it was cool to see that emerge from their own voices. And that was our project.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you guys. I think I actually skipped a break, didn't I? And no one stopped me.
I think the break is next.
Oh, no, break is out. Okay, sorry. Nope. Yep. Thank you guys so much. This is so awesome. I love all this work. I think we are cruising right along. We're now 2 minutes late, but that's okay. We can do this. So thank you guys. We'll continue any in the chat, just continue conversations there and on Slack. So moving right along, next we have a section that we're calling member engagement and how you engage your members. And so first up in that one, we have, how about Wasil and John? Are you guys ready to go? If not, how about Emma? I thought I saw you enter.
Hi, yeah, I can go ahead.
Thank you so much.
That is okay. Let me share my screen with you guys. Brilliant, great. Lovely to meet everyone. My name is Emma Wright, and I'm a recent graduate at the Royal College of Art in London. I recently graduated from textiles on the soft systems course, which is a really interesting textiles course in itself. It's about future innovation in textiles and soft robotics. It's about bio-based designs, sustainable systems, and kind of that interesting grey space for textiles to kind of evolve and develop within. Cool. So my talk is just my exploration within community growth centres, I like to call them, and how sort of local habitats and communities can inspire more mindful and sustainable design and manufacturing processes. So before this, I worked in the fashion industry for many years before coming to the RCA. And one of the main reasons that for me deciding to go back to school was actually due to the relentless ploughing and almost like sausage factory-like industry, and its general like complete lack of engagement and awareness of the community it was designed within. And of course, since then, there has been some amazing, great designers who have sprung up in and given back to their local community. And for me, Bethany Williams in London is a really, really great example of that. Please do check her out. She's amazing. So from this, I was really keen to explore how we can move away from universal design practices and design concepts towards pluri-design, which is a design concept, as it were, that varies and changes depending on the location and the community that it's actually designing within. So having a really keen interest in bio-based design practices, I really wanted to move this within electronics, and particularly textiles. And my graduate project, Homegrown, ended up being a natural platform to foster ideas around community growth centres and being inspired from local resources and recycling systems. So Homegrown explored natural conductivity from carbonised food waste using local seaweeds for their gelling properties, to combine this with the carbon to form a malleable conductive material, which you could weave, cut, and then sew. And this is really key for homegrown, was actually using local materials, the regenerative farming systems that these came from, which then allow these materials for me to kind of use, as well as use for the external shell. In this case, it was wool. So using local craft techniques also to combine the materials and create technology-based products that have been inspired by the area and the region they've been sourced within. So in this case, wool was super local and abundant in the UK. Was it sourced for like the external shell? And in this case, I've used tapestry weaving and techniques. And these are just a few more samples. So the aim was to keep the sourcing and manufacturing and recycling all within the local area. And what was really key about this was to lower that carbon footprint of a product material. And this doesn't necessarily have to work within e-textiles or technology. It can work across the board in various products. So if the same thinking was moved perhaps outside of the UK and into different regions or countries, how would homegrown, in this case, change and adapt? And what local resource and craft techniques and communities could regenerate and create these pluridiverse design concepts? So the touchpads you saw earlier could look completely different. It was made in East Asia or even South Asia, depending on those communities that it was grown and manufactured and crafted within. So for instance, at the moment, the homegrown team are currently actually now exploring possibilities within Tamil Nadu, which is in Southeast India. And we're exploring the textile technique Bhavani Jagmakalam. Apologies if I haven't said that correctly. And this is a rugged traditional carpet, which is usually meant for daily use as being quite a common piece. And it's actually quite prominent in some Hindu temples within that state. So both these textiles really need preserving, especially the pit looms that you can see at the bottom as well, as the craft is losing its relevance in modern daily life of India. So by applying traditional craft techniques within the modern or alternative applications allows them to sustain interest within the populations, as well as introduce new generations into that craft. So currently I'm exploring with the Bio-Inspired Textiles Research Group at the University of Arts London. Please, again, do also check those out if you haven't heard of them. I'm exploring how nature's design can inspire structure and alternative tool methods for using in textiles. And in this case, I'm using a local resource of hemp, which has been sourced from Cambridge, which is just north of London, and also northern parts of the UK. And this has been based off the elephant helical trunk and movements. And we're trying to replicate this to understand how its applications within soft robotics. And actually, potentially, even these techniques can also be revisited, reused using different materials such as wool or jute, and adapted depending on different techniques around the world as well. So could this inclusive promotion of communities and local materials move us towards more empathetic relationships with the objects that surround us, moving away from this segregated relationship with the everyday object, which is us and them sort of approach, but almost create something that is more meaningful, one that respects the environment and skills it's crafted from, as opposed to applying universal design applications that could be non-inclusive to certain communities and skill sets, as well as detrimental to the majority of the biodiversity around the world. So actually, could this engagement, knowing the area and the maker your object or material technology is created within, provide a positive, sustainable story to promote healthier materials and local communities, as well as provide a longevity to an object, moving away from this throwaway culture and that we have developed within Western societies. So actually at the moment, I'm a textile researcher for several different projects. I've realized I don't actually have pictures of the team. I've only got pictures of the product, so apologies for that. We don't usually take pictures of ourselves. So yeah, at the moment as a textile researcher, I've really got involved with the STEAM and collaborative approach a lot of companies are trying to involve themselves within. And actually problems within that to some extent are hierarchy of skill sets. So for instance, when you're working in a mixed team, you have a designer, you've got a bioengineer, material scientist, and there is no real clear way to navigate those really big, wide, diverse range of skills. Everyone brings something different and they always approach a project differently as well. However, everyone is still equally valid. So it's a really interesting relationship in regard to working with the local area, environment, and community, but also the range of personalities and skill types that are also brought into a project. And that elasticated relationship of taking it in turns and clear communication and validation of your work. So yeah, apologies for lack of people pictures. So currently at Homegrown, we have a diverse range of skills and backgrounds. We've all kind of brought this together for a history as a maker and research group. And without this team, Homegrown wouldn't be able to take its development, which we continue right now within the Sustainable Markets Program. And this is under Terracotta, who are also looking at community-based design practices across the globe as well. So going back to our original thoughts on local community hubs, makes me kind of question, what can you guys do? Can you celebrate and aid your local environment, whether that's including local communities within your projects, reaching out and including a diverse audience, and understand the natural environment around you in regard to terrain, growth, seasons, and cycles? How can your work and designs integrate and work alongside and include your habitat opposed to against it? So yeah, thank you for listening. Thank you.
Yeah, you got a lot of love in the chat going on. You've been invited to Greece.
Excellent. I'd love to go.
So yeah, I think there's a lot going on there. Does anyone have, I think we have time for a question. Does anyone have anything particular they want to ask Emma?
Yeah, I would like to ask her, when are you coming to my village? I have so much for you, my dear. I am the one that made the invitation. I'm Christine Chiotti, and I'm doing Meraki people, and we could just love you in this neck of the woods here.
Lovely to meet you, Christiana.
Sorry?
Lovely to meet you. Sorry.
Yeah, lovely to meet you too. I would like to, for us to connect right away. I will not take more time, respecting the time that we have allocated, but boy, I thought I am in heaven. I thought I was. I did not know that Corinne was doing this. I did not know that you were doing that. So thank you very much for existing, you people. Thank you.
You're welcome. And yeah, we'll work out a way to connect afterwards. Yes, definitely. I just saw a message from. So yeah, at the moment there are no exhibitions in London. There were back in the summer, but I'm sure we'll have some soon. Yeah, lovely to meet everyone. Lovely to meet you, Christiana. Thank you for your lovely message.
All right, let's give some super love to Emma here for that absolutely amazing presentation. Up next, thank you so much. We have Wasil and John talking about whatever their presentation is. I can't find my slides. Just jump in, guys.
Thanks.
Someone do a talk about something.
Yeah, we're giving a talk about what we learned from our members by just asking them. Anyway, Wasil?
Yeah, so thanks, Jessica, and thanks to BioSummit. It's been awesome to watch everyone's work, very inspiring. So we are from, John Harold and myself are from BossLab, a community bioengineering lab here in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And we did some research this year about our members to understand more about what is expected from a community lab. What are the types of things that members expect? And so to start off with, talking about the research process that we had, we directly interviewed the members that we spoke with. And basically the goal there was to get to know them. Like, how does a community lab fit into the lives of the members, right? Is it for work? Is it personal reasons? Is it hobbies? And so from that, we took all of that data from the interviews, and then we synthesized it, trying to identify patterns based on demographics, expertise, and other characteristics that we will see in just a bit here. And then from the synthesis, we came up with recommendations on what we can do, and we took them to the BossLab board and suggested, hey, this is what the data shows, and these are our recommendations. And John is going to comment a little bit more about the methodology that we used for this research.
Thanks, Wasil. The methodology that we used was adapted from Steve Blank out of Stanford. He's he studies innovation, and he's come up with a method for doing these interviews, these purposeful interviews with people. And the real key to some of these interviews, number one, is to listen a lot more than you speak, which I know is kind of what we always think, but really that's fundamental. It's practiced here. But moreover, you're going into these interviews with the hypotheses. So we have a series of hypotheses that Wallace and I debated and talked about what we thought the community needed and wanted. And then, but you don't go by asking them those questions, you just talk to them about their experiences. And those experiences, ideally, if your hypotheses are directly up top of mind with what your interviewee is worried about, you'll get the answers right away, whether or not they matter. But then as they go through their experiences, and maybe you'll direct the conversation to your hypotheses, maybe they ask them directly, maybe not if you don't have to. That way you can get these as real answers as possible. You can accept or reject your hypotheses. And going through there, it's a very scientific way to approach something that maybe doesn't line up with the same things you do in the lab with the pipettes. And yeah, so our results we'll show you next.
So here is our look at deeper into the data, a participant breakdown, right? We wanted to first understand, okay, how many of the members are trained and untrained? And I think it's a little surprising to see that there are more untrained members from the members that we interviewed. And that can signify that there is a lot of interest outside of the typical sort of science background that a member has. There's a lot of interest that people have in learning science, testing out maybe their ideas, practicing their hobbies that they might be interested in. And then on the right side, we can see that we have a breakdown by career levels. So a big majority of the members we spoke to were post-grad, professional, entrepreneurial phases of their career. And then we had a smaller portion that were within the category of high school students, college students, newly retired or fully retired. So we wanted to get a deeper view of the demographic of our members, and so this helped us get that picture in sync. Next, as part of the participant breakdown, we wanted to see what are the persona types, what are the types of members that make up the community. And so a big majority of the users that we interviewed, up to 80%, had ideas and they were looking for resources in community. And the distinction between the second member base who wanted to test their ideas, up to 60% of them, was that they didn't know that they needed the resources or the community and could actively pursue that in a community lab, right? They had ideas, they were interested in some things, and they just didn't know that there are resources like this that are available. So then we had a good portion, 50% of the members who had a product, who were entrepreneurs. And then also 53% of them who wanted to engage in community projects, right? That's something that was a big hypothesis when we first started, was that if you're becoming a member of a community lab, you want to engage in community projects, and that kind of is shown here in the data. And then lastly, the last three categories was job training for career transitions. Members who wanted to learn biology were broken down into two categories, right? Members who wanted to learn biology and really get hands-on with it. And then there was a small portion who wanted to learn biology, but not practical hands-on skills, right? They wanted to get an understanding, but not necessarily going into the lab and practicing all of the basic fundamentals of being in a lab space like this. So that was, the view that we took of the data and the participant breakdown of the persona types. And then at the end of our research, we came up with 4 major insights that John is now going to share with us.
So these insights were both really great to hear, and it's something that we kind of knew, but it's amazing to hear them coming out of our members' mouths, right? Jessica, yes, we do. I think everyone should do this. This is why we're doing this presentation. Don't use our data, use our methods. So the results are the members want something consistency, because while the members love doing experiments, they want to experiment in the lab, but not with the community organizations. They want to feel like that is set and something that they can jump in and then become a part of, because we all know that's hard work, right? And our members don't want to do that hard work. They want to do the hard work in the lab. They want to do the intellectual hard work rather than the scheduling hard work. That's where Wassel and I are doing it. And a large portion of it is foundational knowledge, and that's something we need to build in and make sure that that happens. I mean, it goes without saying, that's why we're here, but it's really good to say it, even though it goes without saying, right? Also to build their networks. Once again, this community thing is very important to our community labs to build their networks. And then they want to be able to socialize, organize, and collaborate. So synthesizing this together, we realized we needed to build sub-communities or micro-communities inside of our larger community that exist, and that people can then go and then do what they need to do, right? And then hopefully we can encourage those communities to really explore the fundamentals of the science behind what they're doing. And we immediately did this. We did this right away. As we were doing the data, we went to the board, said, what we were thinking is true. So we started to build it. So the day after we did this, Wassel and I said, let's start meeting. Even if we haven't announced it, we need to get in the habit of meeting every Wednesday. And we started our entrepreneur club. And it was great. We got in the habit. And once we got in the habit, we started inviting people. So this is a bubble chart. I call it a spider chart because I don't know, I like to. This is the size of the bubbles represent how many people wanted to do that. And so we've deployed half of these already. And we immediately saw people being more interested. The space feels more vibrant than ever. And we're going ahead and we're doing it. We have this Bio 101, we call it a newbie night. People come in, they start working, a lot of excitement around that. The Entrepreneur Club is doing well. We're getting some progress in on that. And a lot of people are learning. We had a really great community project that we brought during this one period of time. And we're gonna bring the rest of it up online as soon as possible. We have a dedicated small group of people that are starting to make things moving. But right now, the value of doing something like this is we can go ahead with confidence and build programming that is more likely to give our members what they really need and what they want, right? And all we had to do is ask. That's it.
So that is our, that's what we wanted to share. Thanks for, letting us do that. It was a great process, and it's always good to hear from the members and, give them what they want. That was our goal. Thanks, everyone.
Give some love. We are actually ahead of schedule now. So good job, everybody. I'm so proud of us. So we do have time.
More? I can talk more.
We can have some questions. Does anyone have a question?
Any questions at all?
So I have, Corinne, go ahead.
Yep. I'm sorry if I missed this, but like, who is your audience? Are you doing any assessment on the demographics and who are you serving?
Our audience, also if you want to bring up that slide, our audience is a lot of like young professionals or people that are kind of mid-career that just everyday people. They're not part of a school. They're not part of any kind of organization. They're just post-grad professionals who just want to come in and do this. So we have a large adult population. We have some high school students. We have a high school program, and they're not our members. Those are a high school program that we do to kind of reach out and do an outreach. And I could talk. This isn't part of this session, this conversation that we're having on that outreach program. But for our members, the people that are coming in, most of them are just regular people off the street who are untrained professionals. They're just regular old humans that love science. And that's it. Yeah, more successful in the survey. Absolutely right, because we all know surveys suck. We all do. And this takes time. And I'd like to thank Wassel for being so good at scheduling and making it happen and being tireless. There are 15 interviews, and believe you me, it took a lot of energy to make those 15 happen.
Yeah,
So
no, I believe that. I guess my next question, next iteration is like, how granular might you go, and how might that inform, like, where do they live? Where are they coming from? I know they're members, but just more granularly, just that level of demographic I was curious about. This is amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point, because within the New England area, there's members who live maybe a little farther away, and so getting into getting that granular with the data is a good next step. We don't plan to stop here. We do plan to conduct similar research with maybe a wider member base or different members that we haven't gotten a chance to speak with. But finding like where each member lives and where they're coming from as a logistic piece to being able to come to the lab is actually a very helpful data point to know, because a lot of members aren't always living close to the lab. They can't always come in every week. And so that's actually a really good point there.
Yeah, we have, obviously we have their addresses based on whatever they've given to us. We have to connect the board for permission to compare that with it. But we do know for a fact that a lot of people are local. We were in Cambridge, it's north side of Boston. It's one way to get to. And I guess before we finish this, we identified the fact that we have a lot of supporting our local community that can get to us very easily, and we are close to public transit, and that's important to our membership. Also, outreach is very important, and so we built many outreach programs that are part of what our members want to do is that outreach. So we have a lot of people that we can teach and we can help make science accessible to them that necessarily aren't our members, aren't in our membership, and we have active programs for that. Maybe one day can talk about that another day. But absolutely, demographics are important, and we recognize the fact that getting to North Cambridge is not easy for everybody. So we go and we make special programs for people that need it.
Awesome. CCL right now is working on doing a campaign for Giving Tuesday, and we're doing all the Facebook posting, and the person helping us out with our marketing keeps asking us for our demographic information. And we're like, we don't have any. So if you have it, apparently you can do amazing marketing things. So.
Now you know how to get it.
Yes. All right, let's thank John and Wasil and for their awesome talk and how to give our members more of what they want. Up next, we have Zoe coming in and talking about her stuff. Hello.
I'll just try and switch over to this. Can you see what I'm presenting?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Share screen. How about now?
Perfect.
Yep. Okay, I'll just put you there in the corner, Jess. Okay, can you see that?
Yes, it looks
full screen. Awesome. Hi everyone. I absolutely love the talks, and I really want to follow the method that John and Basil you just mentioned. It sounds so good. I am going to talk about a community project, one that I'm working on at the moment. It's called Future Matters, and it's between the UK and South Africa, specifically an area of Johannesburg. And we were doing a cross-continental biomaterial collaboration. And it's been really, really amazing to just do this year. We've had so many problems, but it's been incredible. And I'm really, really happy to share this with you. So the collaboration is between Big Cycle Studios, who is a design studio based in Johannesburg, Materium, who I'm researching with, and Lign Organic, who are also in South Africa. And the idea is that we'd do this community engagement program, we'd center it around material research, but using the resources that the community in Johannesburg had access to, with the aim of creating skills and utilizing skills and helping the community just to kind of build upon what they know. The informal recycling economy is really important in this stage as well. But the idea is that it would be used for the South African context, even though we'd be doing some of the research in the UK. And it was supported by Innovate UK and the Technology Innovation Agency at the beginning, with some initial funding, you know, to get everyone involved, to get everyone together. And it's been really amazing to actually not only work with the teams, but actually work with the kind of governance and organizations. And so, you know, this whole project stems out not just between the researchers and designers and the community, but actually going on into how this project could extend, and how we create those discussions with people who maybe have access to funding as well. So also hit me up if you want to any advice to discuss that. So the summary of the project really is that we have this problem, obviously, a lot of everyone knows about with petroleum-based plastic waste. We find that obviously what's happening when you don't have a system to collect that is that you have the wrong use or overuse of materials. And these can be disposed of in systems that don't appropriately value the resource, and also that it causes a lot of environmental harm. And so we need to kind of keep these harms and in check and manage the waste better. So the way we're doing this is via open knowledge and co-creation with the community, and we'll be mapping the resources and mapping the materials as well. And we were looking at things like eggshells and coffee husks, and also household waste as well. The kind of what we had as a scope of the project was to actually have quite a few outputs. So this included some developed recipes of materials, as well as actually processing them, testing these materials, and really making sure that these materials were accessible and the resources were accessible. And the way we've been doing this is through community engagement and different access to different locations across the community. This is just a map actually that we created to just show the connection. So although we've been working between the UK and South Africa, actually it's been extending to you know, many other areas. It's been fascinating to share this information. So this is the first work package, which was to do with empathizing and the community observations. So we similarly, we did a kind of workshops and engagement with the community, and for I guess IP and data protection, we can't share the specifics, but we were able to kind of consult the community and discuss with the community. And one of the things that we did was to actually ask what they enjoyed. What do you guys love doing? And this kind of word cloud is actually what came up out of it. You know, these were the things that we really enjoyed doing. And this is, we were able to really connect with the community from these questionnaires. And then we were able to kind of think, okay, well, if we're going to empathize with the whole community, actually, we need to kind of create sort of users in mind. So actually how they would be thinking, what they'd be seeing and hearing, and really kind of get behind what they would want. We've been getting feedback from this over the time, and actually what the kind of products they would want, that they would find useful. And this then led on to actually asking them within the same discussion, what do you guys eat? What do you guys, you know, what are your favorite things? What are you sharing with your friends? And also that we're able to then map the kind of organic biomass resources that were in the area. And this then could lead us to, okay, so what are the kind of restraints that we have within the material developments? And through that, then we're able to define, okay, through a few different profiles, you know, what they wanted, what they were looking at, what they found, what was accessible, were they recycling, when they, you know, composting. We're able to kind of put this all together into an ideation workshop and kind of focus on, okay, well, who's going to be wanting what who's going to be focusing on the different areas. And this then led us to picking a few different resources and actually starting to prototype, doing some rapid prototyping based on what the community had said they wanted to use, what they couldn't access. So this included like ideation sketches, material development testing, and kind of basic prototyping. So, you know, developing like cardboard, like prototypes, you know, cardboard, but we also found as well as a resource, which was quite nice. And then it actually led on to kind of, really like saying, okay, how much of these materials are we actually using? What is abundant in this area? Not as just what abundant, we can say what everyone has, what is really abundant in the area. And so we were able to kind of sort of program in, I guess, what was abundant and what materials that we could actually develop from these abundant resources. And that actually led to, between the two teams or three teams in 2 different countries, 145 material attempts with the communities. And so we've created sort of like 45 successful materials we'd call successes so far. And that actually allows us to say, okay, well, what are the properties of these, what are these materials resulting in? And so potentially we can go back to the designs and the products and say, okay, what can be applied to this? What needs to be changed and edited and added? This is actually what our database looks like. I mean, it's so long, and the amount of data that we're collecting and recording, there's so much information. This is sort of how we've been working between 2 countries online. We've been able to share it, and that is not without our troubles, because there's a lot of electricity and data and Wi-Fi issues in South Africa as well. So we've been really been able to do quite a lot considering the day-to-day issues that happen there. So this is just some of the kind of nice fun stuff that we've been doing, the material development. And we also included some of the tools, and because there's 13 official languages in South Africa, including the sign language, we really wanted to make sure we were recording visually what we were doing in terms of the testing and development, as well as icons, what you might need, because we don't want it to be something that's just restricted to, a couple of the sort of most used languages. We actually want it to be visually able to be accessed. So the icon creation and recording our data and recording our tests was really important. We developed a way to do biomaterials in 3 ways. So something which is quite simple. So cleaning a material, crushing it, binding it, and simply casting it in a mold. Then actually developing sort of some 3D material molds, which actually you can put a hand pressure on, so that doesn't need electricity. Again, something very important. And then also a kind of more industrial version. Okay, so what happens, if we are able to add more pressure, we are able to heat it up, and how does this change the material? We created a map. I have very tiny 4-kilo dachshund at my feet. Apologies, it's tiptoeing around. So we created this map, which shows you how we went from the waste resources found in the South African community, developed them, connected them with binders and modifiers, and actually created them into different materials. And reminding everyone that all of these are coming from natural organic biomass. So it's something that can be reused and composted within the system. And so the material development went further. So this actually goes into some more of what was happening in South Africa. As you can see, some really interesting, some were hand pressed, some were just let to cast, and went through a whole range of materials. But I'm going to say, for time, have a look on the website. And what we were able to do then with this is able to start actually testing these. So things like tensile tests, actually seeing what if we could do hardness tests. And so that applies then to thinking about what materials are used for particular products and how can then we compare them. And so this is still ongoing, this stage. So it's very much in development. But it was really important for us to be able to do this. And we got a lot of community feedback from the UK community. This was in London that we showed at London Design Festival. So we got amazing feedback from them. We also had a QR code which people could scan and take off them to the website. And then in South Africa as well, we had sort of feedback events, showing some materials, getting feedback from the community that hadn't heard about it, as well as the community that was working with it. I've got a couple more slides, so I'll just speed through. And then we went, and it's the last work package. So then we're now in work package 3, which has been, again, more with the community workshops and getting more feedback. So what we're doing now is we have the workshop development. So again, we're inviting people from the local community back. We want to get their thoughts on what they think about the prototypes, you know, from their drawings to our drawings to, you know, what the molds that have been developed, and really kind of see what they're thinking about it. All reminding you guys that this has only happened in the last 6 months. So we have been really, really speeding through it. And we have a lot of things that we're going to publish, so reports, the recipe designs, everything is all open source. So it's all going to be found on the Big Circle Studios website. And so some of the final prototypes that we've got is like a seedling cup, and this has been tested. I made a couple last year, but these are using, these ones here are using the materials and the resources from South Africa. So what can be used again in the local context. These are being tested as well. And it's been really great to see, you know, basically researching in parallel and designing in parallel, which we found really, really important for this project. And in 2 weeks' time, if you are in Joburg, if you're in Johannesburg or in South Africa at all, we're going to have 4 days of material workshops. So if you're around, if you're there, come along. If you're not there and you know someone who might be, please also come along. And it's going to be really interesting, again, to see, you know, what the feedback is, and how are people finding it, and, you know, testing these materials and products in situ. So if you have any questions, I think maybe we have a couple of, like, a minute for Q&A.
We're actually over time. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
This was so
Okay.
awesome. Thank you so much. I put the Slack in there. You can also ask questions in the chat and have a discussion that way. I know we have no minutes in our schedule, so we are officially in a break, but I thought instead of we do that, why don't we do a family photo? We haven't done that yet, and so in our track. So if we want to unspotlight people and then have everyone who can turn on turn on your cameras, and we will, oops, I want gallery. Let's see here. Everybody turn on your cameras and we'll take some screenshots here. If we want to get your best move on. I have to now say that I don't actually know how to do this. Arnav, can you help me?
You want to take a screenshot?
Yeah, we want to do a family photo. So everybody get ready to party.
Yeah, just hold on. Like,
okay.
I think you just take it. Do you have a screenshot button there? I'm using Windows. It's different here.
I don't have it. Oh, well, okay. We'll try again later.
I can do a screenshot if you want.
Okay.
And send
Yes,
it to
somebody do it. Thank you.
Okay, you ready?
One,
two, three. Awesome.
Thank you so much.
It's all right.
All right. So we're going to go into a break now, and I'm going to show some more videos while we do that. So thanks, everybody.
Hi, everyone. I hope everyone can see and hear me okay. I'm your welcome to the Diversity and Inclusion session. My name is Anita Shervington, and I'll be moderating the session. And I'm joining you from Birmingham in the UK. And I'm here along with my colleague friend, Paulette Hakeem. She's here too. We're both from Blastfest, which is a pop-up festival and a community engagement platform that fuses the power of science with Black arts and culture to bring people together and catalyze change. We have an amazing lineup of speakers I'm really looking forward to hearing from, and I think it's going to be stimulating, provocative, and engaging. And so the format and flow for the session is that I'll briefly introduce each speaker in turn, who will have up to 10 minutes each to present their talk. I'll give you a time reminder halfway through, and when there's 2 minutes remaining, I'll do it verbally, but also Paulette will add a note in the chat. And then we'll take the remaining 20 minutes that are left to have a conversation. So we'll take questions from from the audience. And you have the option, you can type your questions in the chat as we go along. So if anything comes to mind as the speakers are speaking, add it to the chat. And Paulette will be mining the questions and presenting them at the end. But you could also raise your hand and ask your question directly at the end as well, and you can come off mute to do that. But before we introduce the speakers, Paulette is gonna center us a little bit because we've been watching a lot of things, so she's gonna center us. So Paulette, come in. And you're on mute.
Oh, that's wonderful. Bienvenue, Aquaba, and welcome. So you get the choice. You get the choice to turn your screen off. And we're going to do just a really small activity. So you can turn your screen off if you don't want to look silly, because I don't mind looking silly, but you know, it is your choice. So this is what we're going to do. First, we're going to start off by just taking a deep breath in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold it, 1, 2, 3, 4, and breathe out. We have arrived in this space and we are going to make a great use of it. So in order to do that, I'd like to get our brains working. So as I said, you can turn your screen off or you can leave it on. So what I want you to do is put your 2 fists in front of you. You may have done this before. So what I want is your little pinky and your thumb. So you got a pinky on one hand and a thumb on the other. And then what I'd like you to do is change them. Oh, did you get that? You gotta go again, come on, let's change it. So we're trying to get our brains to focus and we're trying to use the both sides of our brain. So we're bringing it today because we've got an intense conversation to have. Thank you so much. Take another breath in. Hold it, 1, 2, 3, 4, and breathe out. Now take it away. Have a very good session.
Thank you, Paula. Isn't she amazing? And I couldn't do that, but I'm going to practice. Okay, so I'll introduce our first speaker, who is Latasha Wright. She's the director of BioBus, an initiative that helps K-12 and college students in New York discover, explore, and pursue science. And the title of her talk is Racism in Science.
Thank you guys for inviting me. I'm going to present now. The title of my talk is How to Address Race and Racism at BioBus. So BioBus is a science outreach organization, and our vision is for all people to achieve their full scientific potential. We focus on communities historically excluded because of race, gender, and socioeconomic background. So really our goal is to level the playing field by providing access to scientists, scientific tools, and scientific networks to students who have been historically excluded from science. So the key word here is science. So we're all scientists, but we really wanted to understand how can we best facilitate an open conversation about racism. And then we just kind of put our heads together and we thought about really making this student town hall series. And we have 4 parts of the series. 1 is how systemic racism impacts us all. 2 is how racism impacts science. And 3, how racism impacts public health. And 4, just racism and disease. So this wasn't just us together trying to figure this out. We had our interns, and they came together and they were the ones that really helped us to do this. Cause I was like, oh, let's do something on racism. And then they kind of helped me to like formulate this and really figure out what is the things that we really wanted to focus on. And so I just wanted to give them a shout out here. It's Candida, Michaela, Chris, and Vanessa. And so the format is that students can submit their questions. And then we had social scientists, we had scientists, bench scientists, research scientists, as well as doctors come together and answer their questions in a YouTube live format. So there was a wide array of questions, and I just kind of picked 2 excerpts that I wanted to kind of play for you. The first one is like, why is whiteness the center of our culture?
Anything from culture to food to clothing to music. I think there was a question about seeing less people of color in movies. Who are movies made for? Books that we read, even what we learn in school. Someone asked about, well, what does this have to do with science? Well, I don't know. Who are the scientists and scholars that you are reading about? The Darwins and the Curies and the, but are we reading about our folks who contributed to the field of science who were people of color? Are we really putting value on native traditions of science, if I'm putting that in quotes, of well-being, of environmental kinds of engagement with the world around us, nature? Is science putting any kind of value on the more non-dominant ways of thinking about the way that we live and breathe? So that's where racism shows up in science, So it is whiteness, and these structures are so embedded about dominant culture that it literally goes over our heads, that we take and we literally get fed every day. Everything from lighter skin complexion is better. Longer, straighter hair just looks prettier. And we say it in our comments, right? Wow, your hair is really pretty and long. Well, I don't know. That seems to be attributed to very European ways of beauty, right? So, it's a hard question. And I think that we know and we see how racism and racist kinds of thinking gets perpetuated. I think for me and the work that I do is how to undo that, and how to really move past that. So I don't know now if the why is always necessary, because it's done. Here we are, right? What we're seeing, violence that we're seeing against Black bodies. I don't think we need any further explanation to understand that we now have to figure out how we are no longer living in a place where dominant white culture has such a precedence in what we do, how we think, how we live, right? It's so embedded.
And one more.
Who wants to know what are some of the psychological effects of systemic racism on people who experience it?
Yeah, so perhaps a metaphor would be useful here. Say on your way to school, every day you're walking down the street and there are lots of people in your neighborhood that look different from you, maybe based on their race, their gender, their body size. But every day you see this crossing guard and she tells you, and you're white and you're a male, go across the street, and you always get to go first. And then one day she's not there. And you see all these people who look different from you, and you're waiting to see who will cross the street. But you go first, because you've always been told that you go first. Some of the things that happen with systemic racism and long-term effects is people internalize the system. It becomes an automatic behavior, an automatic experience. Some people say implicit racism is implicit memory. So think about how many times when you were younger, your parents maybe had to tell you to make your bed up or to brush your teeth, and then one day they stopped needing to tell you and you just did it. And so what racism does is it often perpetuates systems that have not been dismantled, that have not been explored. And psychologically, it can limit people because they buy into the myth that I'm not supposed to have a turn, I'm supposed to go second. They internalize it. I don't matter in the same way in the world. If you walk through the grocery store and every image, every cereal box has a white person on it, then one day you go, well, maybe I don't belong in cereal boxes. If you go to the clothing store and all the models have people who don't look like you, maybe not your body type, then you start to believe then maybe there's something wrong with my body. And so the really tragic part of racism for those who experience it as it being aggressed on them is that it can really decrease self-esteem, lead to depression. And there is some research that shows that actually racism is associated with a common cold. And it has huge impacts on epigenetics, thinking about like our hormones in our body. But the other question that I think often gets ignored is what impact does being racist have on white people? And I think what happens is sometimes that my white brothers, sisters, and non-binary siblings can start to lose aspects of their humanity. They start to say, you know, race doesn't matter, it's not real, stop talking about that stuff, and lose the ability to have empathy for someone who doesn't look like them. And that's when we get in a really dangerous world. Empathy is a very important emotion to be able to access. And so racism just isn't bad for Black people, brown people, tan people, and other, you know, yellow people. It's bad for humanity.
And I just want to end with that one other way, I think, to really do this work is not only just to look outside, but to look internal. So we look internal inside of Biolab to see how can we dismantle the systemic racism in Biolab itself, or how can we fight that? One is that we really made a commitment to make sure that we put out solidarity statements after racialized events. We made a living wage of $50K at Biolab, so nobody who works at Biolab doesn't make less than that. We focus on framing our curriculum and curriculum generation on environmental justice. All of our grants are through the lens of student voice, of creating something relevant for students. We created a resource library that's shared on our website, that's shared directly with all of our partners. And of course, we produced the Town Hall series on racism in society. We underwent an equal opportunity employer data analysis to see, you know, if there was differences in salaries based off race or gender. We installed Black Lives Matter and LGBTQ plus signs of support at our community lab by the Harlem and also in the microscope labs. So thank you so much.
Wow.
Thank you so much, Latesha. You know, I didn't remind you of your time, but you were spot on, so perfect. Okay, we're going to move on to our next speaker, who is Gaurav Sahar, and he is from, I'm going to say Bits Pilani, and please correct us if that's incorrect, in India. And the title of Gaurav's talk is Why Science Needs Diversity.
Yeah, that was actually the perfect pronunciation. So, yeah, hi everyone. I'm an undergraduate student from Bits Pilani, and I am a queer person of color doing science here, studying biological sciences. And the fact that I wanted to kind of uphold is the fact that diversity in itself is very important in science for science to be universal. Because as of now, we see science as one of the major objective truths in our world, and we want it to stay that way. So let me just share my screen. Could someone just confirm if they can see my screen? Okay. Right, so does science, does science CSR? So representation in STEM is obviously important, and this is something that a lot of us agree, is that scientific innovations are something that you need people for, and you need a lot of minds for. But when we talk about diversity in science, a lot of people bring up the topic of meritocracy, which is something that our society has internalized a lot, and it holds meritocracy to a standard that I believe is not possible for us to reach. I explained this more here in the slide, which is about the meritocracy trap. And here, basically, there are certain inherent flaws in meritocracy itself, which do not let it become the ideal that we see it as. To begin with, there are the obvious inherent flaws in meritocracy, which anyone who will look into this topic will realize. And that is obviously the fact that if we are judging everyone to the same standard, we also have to take into consideration what standard they are coming from. And that is something we don't do in meritocracy. In meritocracy, you are supposed to work harder if you are from a lesser or like a lower background, while you might have it easier in some ways. But yeah, there isn't a level playing ground for everyone in meritocracy. And obviously there's the fact about gender equality, gender equity. There are LGBTQ rights, and a lot of oppression that goes into play when you're talking about meritocracy. So definitely that is one of the reasons. And secondly, there is also the idealism that comes into play when we are talking about meritocracy. So a lot of people believe that the reason why the meritocracy is not working for us is because of the fact that our collective isn't as good or isn't good enough to uphold that ideal, which in itself is firstly putting pressure on our own to uphold something that might be impossible. And that is in itself also limits the amount of critique that you can do to the topic, because one second, this slide. Yeah. So it limits the amount of critique that the topic gets, because again, this is an excuse that we give meritocracy to uphold its idealism. And obviously there is wealth, which already makes or gives someone a better chance. So the elite, the meritocracy is favored or is rigged in favor of the wealthy and the privileged. And in a lot of ways, as we heard in the previous talk as well, this privilege is internalized, and then a lot of people don't recognize it, even if they are benefiting off of it, which makes it harder for them to realize that this by itself is part of the meritocracy trap that we talk about. So coming to now what diversity in itself is, it is obviously a word, and we can all go into semantics for a long time, but the word diversity in this context, it means that the race, the gender, the disability status, nationality, religion, etc., all the things that are mentioned here, and all of them also interact with each other in different ways that are unique to every one of us in society. And in that way, each of us are a diverse part of the society. But when we are talking about diversity in science, we always do, so a person who might be diverse in certain aspects is not the same for some other person's experience. So for example, here, as we talk about the nationality of people in science, is obviously very diverse, because there are scientists all over the world, and this field by itself is a very diverse field. However, the other side, where we suppose talk about the participation of women or the participation of non-binary folk, in that case, the diversity that we see is not good enough. And this is the diversity that is needed in science. And I have a few reasons as to why that is. So firstly, diversity in itself is a good thing because it gives you different perspectives. And being from different backgrounds is the key to how you're looking at a problem. And when you look at a problem through different ways, no matter how smart you are, you might not get it if you only think of in one track and don't think of it as something out of the box. So a group of individuals will most likely solve a problem much faster than the smartest individuals solving it alone. And that by itself is a major success for diversity. Secondly, the lack of diversity also represents the loss that a country or a scientific community goes through because of all these barriers that we have generated for people to get into science, people who are from different races. Because of that, we lose a lot of the talent that could have come up if there had been no barriers. So Francis Collins, he said the inescapable conclusion that we are missing critical contributors to our talent pool, which means that there would be someone who hypothetically could solve cancer, but wasn't allowed to get into that field because of their gender or sexual identity. And finally, the lack of diversity by itself is wrong for science, because always we talk about how we have to have a representative population or a sample space whenever we are doing experiments. But for example, in the clinical trials that happened in the year before, in the US population, even though African American people make up 13%, you only had around 5% of them in clinical trials. Even lesser for Hispanic and Latino folk, who only contributed around 1%, and Asian Americans also contributing around 2%, which was very skewed when it comes to science, because these results actually tell you what these results actually make laws as well as pass drugs which will be used by everyone. So in that case, this lack of diversity is actually skewing science, which should be the objective truth that we strive for. So because of these reasons, diversity in science would be the ideal way to go. And I hope I could give you guys a little more context on why that is.
Thank you so much, Gaurav. That was very, very interesting, and again, perfect timing. In fact, our third speaker is running a little bit late. And so what we're going to do, instead of hearing the third speaker and then having the conversation, we're going to have a little bit of a conversation now. So I want to just check in with Paulette, who's checking the chat to see if we have any questions from the audience. And of course, if you do have a question, just use the raise hand feature.
There were no questions, but I did ask Letitia to put the clips in the chat that we saw in the video.
Okay, good, thank you. Well, while the questions are percolating, I have a question for Natasha. I mean, I'm really interested in the work that you both do, but I was just really interested in how you bring children to run 4 town halls to discuss the issue of racism. Of course, there's no getting away from it. Nobody, especially since the murder of George Floyd, could look away this time. But yeah, I'm interested in how you go about mobilizing children to mobilize others to have that conversation.
Yeah, I think, you know, it was during the time that everyone was kind of having these conversations a lot, and the kids were, you know, we were beaming into schools and communities and kids were wanting to talk about it. And so basically we got in touch with all of our partners and said, hey, our school partners and our also community partners, and said that we were gonna really produce this series and asking them to ask their kids to submit questions. So you could submit the questions online. And, you know, there was I only got to show 2 because it was, you only had 10 minutes, but there was a wide range of questions from like, why do we need to identify ourselves by race? Or, why, and some of them were really heartbreaking. It's like, one was, why do people get shot? And, and to see all of these, the hurt and the pain, and why is it still there? And so, of course, and like, why is racism even starting? So it was, I think it was learning and also healing for not only the students, but us as well.
And did you get any pushback about including the children in that conversation? I mean, we're based here in the UK, it's different contexts, but we see a lot in the news about objections to things like critical race theory, etc. Just wondered, did you get any pushback?
Not from our communities. They were happy that we were doing it. I think we were scared. I was really scared because, I'm a scientist. I really don't feel like I don't study critical race theory. And so the thing is, like, I had to bring in experts who that's what they do, And so I'm like, and then it's like, what, part of me was like, I had to get over my own apprehension, because I was like, is this what we are supposed to be doing? But of course, it is what we're supposed to be doing, because we're here to serve the needs of the community, and our community was really hurting at that time, and they needed to have that voice.
Yeah, absolutely. And then just moving, and some, if I miss a hand going up or anything, please take off your.
There's a question in the chat about each organization. Can we have a little bit of background about each person? A little bit more about what they do.
Okay. So Natasha, do you want to, just because you finished talking and it's a good moment, if you give us a bit more, and then we'll go to.
How did the work come about?
How did the student town halls come about, or BioBus itself? Sorry, I'm not confused.
Go for both.
Okay, so yeah, all right. So BioBus has been around since 2008, and we basically have, we started off as like a mobile lab that we bought on Craigslist, and we put some microscopes inside, and then decided to take it around to give people authentic science experiences, and then it kind of grew from there. People were like, oh, I really like this, let's do more. And so then we started a community lab, and then we brought interns in, and we realized that we needed student voice to make sure that everything that we thought was cool was, not as cool to somebody who's a kid. So we wanted to make sure that we're still like, everything is vetted by students who are from those communities, and we're being, super culturally relevant. And so that's why we're always feeling like we're tapped into what the community wants, because our students are from the communities, and we're asked, and they're constantly keeping the lines of communication open.
Excellent, thank you. And Gaurav, how did you get started? And some background.
Yeah, so I actually came to the college, and I just had a few queer friends, and at that point we didn't have a queer club or a gay straight alliance and something like that in our university. So at that point, a few of my friends and I came together, and we started like the support group for queer people who were, and my university is predominantly a science and engineering university. So we came together and formed this support group for queer STEM people. So there is where initially I got into why diversity and why inclusion is an important thing, because it is very, it is weird that a lot of scientists don't actually think about this because of this meritocracy, like this myth of meritocracy, that everyone here deserves and has worked their way here, and there isn't any kind of extra help or extra privilege that anyone else has. But that is something that I have been trying to tell everyone, especially like in universities here, that no, like there exists some privilege, there exists some sort of benefits that you have for being male, for being cisgender, and yeah, so that's kind of how I came across doing this.
Yeah, I guess some forms of discrimination and prejudice are more obvious, like violence and things like that. But the more complex, the nature that that you've both touched on actually is a lot more difficult to explain and highlight and say, look, this is the complexity. This is how it shows up in so many different forms. And one of the things that you said around meritocracy reminded me of a talk that I listened to earlier on this week that was about the black wealth gap in the UK. And somebody said that they call it a meritocracy as a way to explain it better. So it's about, people that look like you and that kind of you feeling comfortable with yourself staring back at you, and how, that skewers your choices around bias. So yeah, that's really interesting. I'm just going to check, Paulette, do we have any more questions? And also, I'm just going to take a minute to see if our next speaker has arrived.
So there was an observation that they said, I think it's Olivia, said that they need more organizations or more for queer and STEM people. So can I ask a question? Because I was in Ghana recently and I realized that the government was trying to bring in new laws to stifle the LGBTQ community, the queer community. Being in India, is there any such thing? Are you free to do as you like, or are there any pressures to, comply and be the norm?
So in India, right now, it's not, we actually did have a law, I think around 2016 or 2018 that got repealed, which criminalized homosexuality. But as of now, that law has been repealed and it's not in effect anymore. And we do have a specific provision by the government for a third gender, which is like a non-binary-ish identity. But it is still, our government is still right-leaning, and there have been a lot of pleas about marriage equality recently, which the government is opposing, but nothing nothing like suppressing the community or anything like that. But yeah.
And Gaurav, the way when you started your group, how did you invite people into that? Did you contact people directly, or did you put an advert out openly? How discreet or open were you able to be about that process?
So when we started off, it was honestly just me and a few of my friends who I was out to and who were out to me. And that kind of grew a little as we kept going and kept adding new people there, just from word of mouth. But actually, the last 2 years, then we kind of sent out a mail to our administration, and they also accepted, they also recognized us as one of the organizations on campus for helping queer folk. So now we send out, we actually have a spot in the orientations for the incoming batches, and we send out mails asking people who would like to join an ally group or like a specifically queer group. Yeah, and we send out invites. And it's a lot more regulated now. But when we started off, it was more word of mouth, just a group of queer people trying to make sense. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And one of the things that I saw in your slides was about the failure to live up to some of these ideals that are put up there. So I just wondered how in your sort of sessions, how do you deal with, how do you support people with that sense of failure towards an ideal that, you know, that really shouldn't exist?
Yeah, so so a lot of people who are here in the university, they also have worked hard. So even the people who have some sort of privilege have worked a lot to get here. So that's why the fact that someone is telling them that they had some privilege, they had some benefits that made it easier or should have made it easier for them is something that is kind of jarring at first. And that is why a lot of people have this opposition, especially in STEM fields where you have to work hard to get somewhere. And what I usually try to do is kind of give examples of how things or circumstances can be different. So one of the things I usually use is just thinking about if I'm talking to a group of straight people, and I would just tell them, you know, you did this and this was hard for you. But now think about also getting bullied, also not having a safe environment at your house, also not being able to get resources because people have shunned you in some way. So that's kind of where I try to bring in a different perspective instead of just telling them that they were privileged and they had benefits, because in their minds, they also worked hard to get here. And yeah, and that is obviously a truth that I cannot shake. So that's why I usually try to give them the perspective of someone who has had to do that, but maybe a little more in some other cases as well.
Yeah, generating, I guess, a sense of empathy for them to put themselves in a similar situation and just imagine the impact that would have on them. But also, I always feel like it's a great, when you imagine things happening to your family members as well as somebody with children, when you imagine your own child or somebody that you love experiencing that kind of exclusion, hopefully it can generate some kind of empathy. And so, Latasha, so when you first started the BioBus, I was just wondering, how long did it take for the community to respond to that and for it to really get going in terms of participation?
Yeah, we went, the thing is, like, we just went to schools and communities, and the students really loved it because we were like really tapping into their curiosity and we were like allowing them to explore. So it's just like when kids are able to just really ask questions and touch and get down into it, they're just immediately loving it because there's no tests, there's no expectations. It's just following your curiosity, and all kids love that.
And again, I always refer back to being a mother, although my children are like 21 and about to be 24 now. But I do remember when they were little, sometimes I would kind of stop them from messing, you know, like sometimes you just want them to behave, don't mess with people's things. And so on one hand, there's kind of, it's in conflict, isn't it, to how do you cultivate curiosity and encourage them to have a go at something. But at the same time, sometimes that can be a bit counter to some kind of cultural ways of, you know, how we would raise kids, how we expect them to behave. What were your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we come up against that every time we go to schools because the teachers are like, oh, don't touch. And we're like, no, touch. Because we use these microscopes that is really hard to break, and then we also have people who know how to fix them, and I know how to fix a microscope now, and it's not a big deal if it breaks, you just fix it. But it's just, I think it's like we're like, we kind of used to describe ourselves as the fun aunt, you know, so you can go and do whatever you kind of wanted at that place. So it's just like we're the part that gives, you know, the teachers a little break. They don't have to worry because like the kids can come in and just explore and just ask questions, ask 1,000 questions. And we find sometimes like where, you know, before you go to some school, they're gonna be like, oh, that's the worst class, don't worry, yeah, you're not gonna be that. And they end up being the best class because they we don't have any expectations for them, and they get to come and just be themselves in a new space that isn't, you know, doesn't have the connotations of don't do this, don't do that. It's like, yes, do this, ask questions. You want to talk about poop, let's talk about poop. You know, it is like, yeah. You know, yeah, so that's amazing. The thing. It's like no question is out of, you know, out of the.
Yeah. So again, Paul, let's speak up if there's any questions, because I'll just, you know, I'll just hug this whole conversation.
There's a comment from a volunteer who said that they love volunteering with BioBus because awesome microscopes were, the students were allowed to look at each other's hair. And I think she says, Viva Bioscope forever. I have a question. With going through this COVID, how did that affect each one of these organizations? Because on the BioBus, you've got to touch things. So did this COVID change anything for you moving forward? Gaurav, can I ask you first, and then Latesha? Gaurav? Is he still here?
It didn't actually, yeah. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So online, we actually had our university online for a while, and that didn't really affect our functioning as well. I mean, it was harder to break the ice, definitely within our support groups, but as a support group, it didn't really affect us that much, because the people who were curious about learning, you know, about privilege or anything like that, we used to have sessions and support group meetings where we would just hold it online on a meeting like this, and we would just answer questions. And it was honestly a lot like curiosity, because, and a lot like children as well, because in India, you don't really talk about stuff like this a lot, especially like when you are a child. And a lot of people are afraid to ask questions as well, because of the inherent, there is taboo on one side, but there's also the fact that someone might ask something that might be problematic in some situations. But we like to keep the floor open and let them ask whatever questions they have, and try to give them the right answers. And hopefully, like, by our sessions, they gain a little more education. So in a way, we still did the same thing that we used to do when everything was.
Thank you for your input. Can I ask that you keep that question in mind, Latesha? The next speaker has arrived, so can you just keep that question in mind and answer it afterwards?
Yes,
definitely. Over to you, Anita.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you, Paulette. So our next speaker is Shreya. Welcome, Shreya. I'm sorry you've had trouble getting here, but we're so glad that you're here now. So Shreya Anand is from BioCurious in the USA, and the title of her talk is all about her, the women leading STEM.
Hi, thank you so much for having me today. I'm so excited to be able to present the work that I have been doing for the past almost year and a half now, which is kind of crazy to think. I am at school currently, which is why my mask is on, but I'm so glad that I could step away and present this. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Can everyone see it? All right, okay, perfect. So I actually have a little bit of background before I get into what All About Her is and everything like that. So I am a young woman who is very much interested in STEM. But I guess I want to kind of start off with, what does that really mean? Because ever since I was younger, I would always, really enjoy my math classes and my science classes. And that's what I thought STEM was limited to for a really long time. But, I started branching out in high school, and I started kind of noticing things around me about the people that were actually working in these STEM related fields and what that really meant to them. And I sort of started realizing that there's a lot more out there rather than just, looking at the courses that I'm taking in school, or just what I'm really, I guess, limited to at school, if you will. So I kind of started to look at some other people around me for inspiration as to what I could possibly do in the future. And I thought, who better to, reach out to than some of my close members in BioCurious. And so I kind of started off there. I interviewed one of our founders of BioCurious and kind of branched out from there and started creating this network. And I basically just started recording these interviews, didn't really think much of it. And I had an English project one day, and I thought, hey, why don't I just put this together as a podcast and kind of see what happens? And so all of a sudden, All About Her, my podcast, was kind of born. And it was pretty insane to think about that I kind of started this journey, not only for myself, but hopefully for other people to kind of learn from that as well. And so I guess that's kind of where this whole thing sort of came from for me. From a source of curiosity for myself, and then kind of growing into trying to help other people as well. So I want to share a little bit more about, I guess, what I've learned from the women that I've interviewed so far. And I've really tried to focus on this idea of women really trying to put themselves out there in a sort of community setting through this podcast, because I kind of started noticing some things as I went through high school, and I'm, as I'm still going through, as I'm getting into more advanced classes, AP classes, honors classes, there are very, very few female peers of mine that are actually joining these classes, primarily because of fear, I think, that they won't fit in or they don't have the right role models or anything. And, I think I've just been really lucky in that respect, that I've had a lot of support from friends and family kind of telling me to go and do whatever I want to do. So I kind of wondered, is this something common in the people that I'm interviewing as well? And I was actually really shocked to find 93.3% of the people that I've interviewed so far, which is just over 20 as of recently, they've all said they've felt like an imposter in their field at some point, which is insane to think about, because they are, people in academia studying these very complicated topics that I can't even begin to fathom. And they feel like they don't fit in that field. I mean, they're so accomplished. It's insane, right? But actually, it's a much bigger issue than we might think, as I clearly saw after I, continued to interview a bunch of new people. And this kind of really changed my mindset. I thought I was just kind of trying to help people around me to figure out what career they might want to pursue, but I realized how big of an issue this actually is, I guess. And I had the privilege of being able to actually give a TED Talk on this at my school as well, and kind of get a bunch of voices heard in this different platform as well, and share it with my school in this really beautiful way. And I've gotten emails and texts from my peers saying that they really feel this way as well. And they really were so happy to see my podcast kind of sharing the messages that they were sharing. And so I was really happy to kind of hear that. But I guess from this, what exactly can we do about this as a community is the biggest thing that I kind of want to share with everyone. As I was speaking with all of these women, I realized that two main things are kind of necessary to move past this idea of imposter syndrome, if you will, and kind of get past all of that. So the first thing is identifying the right role models. And I think having a community like this, not only BioSummit, but also individual communities within that, is really important to doing that. Being able to reach out to people in different fields and understand what they do is really a beautiful thing. And I think that's what makes STEM really unique, is that it's so interdisciplinary and so connected. And I think the second thing that is really important to me particularly is just to know that you're never really alone, no matter how unique your field is or whatever you're doing. I mean, I recently got into some research projects and things like that outside of school. And I've slowly begun realizing that no matter how specific a compound I might be synthesizing or how specific a plant I might be looking at, there's always someone else who has done work similar to that, and you always have someone to reach out to. And so I think that's what kind of has motivated me to continue on this project. And I hope to be able to continue it throughout high school and hopefully even beyond that as well. These are just some of the women, some of the amazing women that I've interviewed so far, ranging from fields to, working on the NASA rover that just recently went into space, which is insane to think about, to even, as close to home as Bi-Curious. We have Maria over here. And so I think it's just really great to take this opportunity, I guess, to reflect on how far my podcast has come. I really appreciate this opportunity to kind of share that, and also to share with you all that STEM is a lot more complicated than my initial elementary school self thought it to be, and it'll probably continue to grow from here as well. So I hope to be able to share that journey with you all in the years to come as well. So thank you very much. I'll go ahead and put the link to my podcast in the chat as well, and yeah, I'm open to any questions.
Like, so inspirational. And I'll just say, with the role model point that you said, we say that representation creates inspiration and inspiration creates aspiration. And when you have an aspiration for something, you need then, that motivates you. And if you've got the pathways and you've got the support and the conditions, then people can achieve fulfillment in what they want to do. So it's so important what you do in shocking figures in terms of imposter syndrome. And just before Paulette tells me what questions we might have in the chat, one of my questions for you is recognizing that so many women in particular feel imposter syndrome sometimes. But at the same time, there are so many women that really do want to support younger women and girls coming up. How that connect between reaching out and kind of asking for support or mentorship or just a conversation, what's the conditions, the enabling environment for that to happen in as well, in terms of courage? Sometimes you can be scared of a bit of rejection or something like that. So just wondered what your thoughts were and maybe experience around that.
Yeah, definitely. So, I think one of the best examples of that I kind of recently overcame, if you will, is kind of a lack of female-led STEM clubs throughout my schooling. I kind of noticed that from a very young age, and I was very apprehensive of starting like a science-related club or something like that, just because I thought that, other people probably know better and I just don't really know what I'm doing. But I recently started a fully female officer-oriented math club at my school. And that, I think that was like a really empowering moment for me. It took a lot of effort, and it definitely was difficult to start like this club that is a little bit of a, kind of a weird thing to do, if you will, having a math and physics related sort of club. But I think it really, gave me sort of direction. That's kind of where I need to continue going. It's like taking these small risks and slowly building them up into bigger and bigger strides for myself and other people as well. That's just my personal experience, but yeah.
That's brilliant advice. Small risks. Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to unshare your screen, Shreya? And then we can, maybe then we can see what questions we might have. I'm sure Paulette, as somebody who loves mathematics, is very impressed with the new club that you started. Do we have any questions, Paulette? And maybe we can have all of the have the other speakers join us as well for the last couple of minutes of Q&A time. We've got 3 minutes left. No questions? Okay, well, Paula asked an interesting question just before you arrived, Shreya, which was about the impact of the pandemic on some of what you have been working on. So just wondered how did you navigate that and still continue to bring women and girls together to inspire each other?
I think it was kind of actually like a blessing in disguise, because it allowed me to kind of connect with a lot more women from, across the world. And I think in this age where, everyone's so familiar with Zoom and everything, it was definitely helpful in some ways. But I do feel like the experience of interviewing someone in person would definitely be, a lot more, I think, meaningful to them, to myself. And I do want to try that when, things are a little bit more opened up. But as of right now, I think one of the greatest things that I've been able to do because of COVID in some ways is being able to kind of branch out and interview women from, from the other side of the country in a day or so notice, and it works out really well. So yeah.
Okay, that's brilliant. I'm just going to check the chat. Okay, so maybe we could go back to Latasha on that question on how you navigated things during the pandemic to keep going and providing for the community.
Yeah, so we had to basically dismantle our labs, and we basically put all of our microscopes in people's houses, and then we zoomed into classrooms from there. We made at home like STEAM challenges that kids could do at home with their parents. We did town halls where kids could call in and ask questions about different subjects, you should, besides the racism thing. We did, COVID and vaccinations. Why should we be vaccinated? We had Regeneron treatments. We had, then we also had fun things. We had a lot of art and science and storytelling. So it was a mixture of things that happened through the pandemic, but it was all online. So yeah, before the pandemic, if you asked me if BioBus would succeed online, I would have said no, but it was successful.
Yeah, and do you think some of the groundwork that you'd been doing the years that you'd been doing BioBus and building that relationship with the community, do you think that helped at all as part of the massive curiosity we had around science during the pandemic?
Yeah, that was yeah. Look at Alice and put the explore challenges. Yes, those are the challenges are in the chat. Yes, but it was basically responsive. Our communities really asked us to do these things, so we basically said, "Hey, what do you need us to do?" And then we responded to that.
Okay, brilliant. So I just had a reminder of time. We are at time. Thank you all so much. It was great that Shreya was able to zoom in just in time and give us her brilliant presentation, and that you were all able to give yours a bit beforehand as well. It's been so interesting. Lovely to meet you, and I'll be checking out all of the different links that you've shared, and everybody else should do the same. Okay, so thank you to Paula and everybody else. Do I hand back to Jessica now? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you all so much. Let's get some additional love here.
So hi everyone, my name is Sibeli. I'm here today with a lot of amazing people to talk about the SynBio Alliance. And before we start our panel, I wanted to give a brief context of what is the SynBio Alliance. So I'll share a hopefully brief presentation about us. Great, can you see my slides? Perfect. So, well, the SynBio Alliance is short for the Global Alliance of SynBio Associations. It's an initiative that started in after Anjum last year, when we noticed that, well, we already have this gigantic community from the Anjum competition. But more than just participating in the competition and doing an amazing SynBio project, we saw that many people from our community were creating a greater impact on their communities. And they were creating regional associations and other formal and informal organizations. And we wanted to connect them all. So we did an interview with all the groups you can see here from different regions, from different institutions around the globe. And from that, we collected this booklet, SynBio Around the World. And we started to grow and see the need of really creating this alliance. More than connecting with them, we wanted to recognize what they were doing for the advancement of synthetic biology in their regions, in their countries. And also we wanted to bring them together in a setting where they can communicate, where they can collaborate, where they can create more impactful projects and build the future of SynBio together. From that, so we hosted this event this year in on July 17. There was SynBio United, and we had 180 people registered. More than 16 associations attended the event, and it was an entire day where these amazing people that helped us organize the event were there, and we were really fostering the communication between the associations. Here you can see a few of the groups that attended our event. You can read all about them on our website. You have information about them. Perhaps there is one group in your region, in your country, and you want to join, or if not, we are always here to help you create one and become part of this alliance. And well, here you can see a map of all these groups distributed around the world, where we could really share our different perspectives from different countries and different approaches to spreading synthetic biology. And well, this brings us to what we have today. So this is our website. We also have a newsletter where we share the news about the different SynBio associations. You can also follow us on our social media. And this brings us to today, where we have speakers from different associations, and we are really happy because we have one from each region. Unfortunately, because of the time zone differences, Farhan and Hannah won't be able to join us, but we really wanted to bring their perspectives and make this a global session. So I recorded their answers to the questions we have, so you'll see me playing around and playing these questions. So now I'll pass the microphone to Anika and Tejas that will be helping me moderate this session.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to the panel discussion, and let's first welcome Giovanna from Brazil to introduce her association, SynBio Brazil.
Hello everyone. Is my audio okay? Yes, all right. So hi, I'm Giovanna. So I'm from SynBio Brazil. I'm the president of SynBio Brazil. It's a very new association. We decided to create that in March this year. So we are still learning, we're still growing. We're a very small group, but I think in general we achieved the goals that we were thinking about achieving in the first year, which was kind of to unite the different players of synthetic biology in Brazil. So we have a big group of people that do iGEM, but we also do have a big group of people that do research outside iGEM, and we have the startups, we have the industry, and the idea of SynBio Brazil is to unite those players, and that's the reason why we created the association. And the things that we did this year was a symposium uniting all those people. Before that, we had before the association itself, we had only meetups for the iGEM teams. We didn't have a specific and formal symposium from the whole SynBio community. So it was really important to make this showcase of the different aspects of synthetic biology that we have in Brazil right now. So I think in a way that was our biggest achievement this year. And from the years to come, I hope that we are going to achieve more and more things, and the symposium is going to be bigger and bigger. So yeah, I guess in general, I guess that's SynBio Brazil. We have a bunch of cool projects coming up about the community and about about innovation in synthetic biology in Brazil. We are a very vivid and a very alive group of people. We love synthetic biology, and when it comes to biotech and biodiversity, Brazil is a powerhouse. So we need to be as vivid as our biodiversity is to represent it in a best way we can. So thank you for inviting me, and I'm happy to the discussion later.
Oh, that was a nice introduction. So let's move towards Leandros and see what he has to tell about Omic Engine.
Hello everyone. Thank you Sibel and After Item and the SynBio Alliance for the invitation. It's really nice to be here. So I'm Leandros. I'm a dissemination and outreach officer at Omic Engine, which is the National Hellenic Research Infrastructure in Synthetic Biology. So actually we are based in Greece, but I'm talking to you from London, where I'm doing my master's, and it's really late here, but it's really nice to be here. So in Omic Engine, the things that we are trying to do is to create a synthetic biology community in Greece, and we are trying to do that with synthetic biology initiatives, with promoting synthetic biology initiatives in research, education, and industry. And because in Greece there are a lot of we have a great agricultural sector, we are trying to foster these collaborations and innovation into mainly in agriculture. That's all from Greece.
Thank you. It's really wonderful to focus on agriculture based on your country's specialities. So next, let's welcome Farhan from Indonesia to introduce his association, SynBio Indonesia.
My name is Farhan from Indonesia, and I'm currently the co-founder of SynBio Indonesia, the SynBio associations for any synthetic biology enthusiasts and for bioinformatics to biotechnology. People who are interested in it in Indonesia can join our associations. And maybe I was also the fellow of the Global Bio Summit this year, and really happy to join the community of the Global Bio Initiators. That's maybe what I'm working right now.
My name is Hana Abdelzoher. I am Egyptian, and I have been a part of the Anjum community for the past approximately 4 to 5 years. I've had this curse where I was in Anjum, never a team member, always an instructor, but still I'm lucky to have participated in numerous seasons of the competition. I also worked very closely with After Anjum, as I was the ambassador to Africa in 2019, and I've been a member of the EPIC committees for 2 years, 1 year as head of media and outreach, and the other one as a wild type for Africa. And recently I've discovered my newfound passion, which is judging. So I've been a judge for the past 2 seasons in Anjum as well. And our latest endeavor is setting up Synchrony, which is the Egyptian Synthetic Biology Association.
Okay, thank you for all the introductions, and let's move to the question part. So overall we have 4 questions for our panelists. And the first is, what is the current scenario of SynBio in your region, and how did it lead you to create the association? Let's start from SynBio Brazil.
Sure. I guess I spoke a bit when I was introducing myself in Simbio Brazil, but I think in Brazil we have, as I said before, different tribes and different players working with synthetic biology, and we have a lot of people doing that, but in a way we are very disconnected. So I think the industry does synthetic biology in a form, and the Argentine teams do synthetic biology also in a very different way. And in some way we don't connect the dots. We are not connecting the dots. And I don't think, and we don't think this is a good strategy for growing as a community in a field that is so technical and so heavily based on engineering principles and things like that. So I think one of the reasons why we decided to create Simbio Brazil was to connect these people and to see the researcher that is working on a very specific industry project, to talk with an Argentine and to make them more connected in a way. So that's the reason why I think we created Simbio Brazil, and also to inspire more people and capacitate more people, those people that are not working with Simbio right now. So personally, I guess that was a very big reason for me, but I guess the other founders have other reasons, but maybe one of the biggest ones is this, like to connect very different types of doing synthetic biology.
Okay, thank you. And for OMIC engine.
Yes, so for us in Greece, synthetic biology is still at its infancy. We have some laboratories, some research labs that are working on biotechnology, but not especially in synthetic biology. Also, we only have 2 biotechnology startups in Greece that have evolved from academia and research, but also there are no national roadmaps on synthetic biology and also bioeconomy in Greece. So in that aspect, we wanted to also, as Simbio Brazil wanted to do that, to connect people and foster the Simbio collaborations in Greece. And also we needed more innovative solutions in agriculture, as I mentioned earlier. And also we found the gap on the education, because we firmly believe that synthetic biology is a cutting-edge technology that will shape our future. We wanted to prepare and train the next generation of synthetic biologists in Greece with the right, if I could say that, engineering principles and education. So that was one of the reasons that we've created Omic Engine. Also, the other was to connect the academia with industry. Unfortunately, we haven't managed to do that yet because the pandemic destroyed everything. But we are trying to rebuild this effort and continue to do that.
Yeah, thank you. Education is really important. And let's see the answers from Simbio Indonesia on the video. So please.
Okay, let's start with Synchrony Egypt, and then we go to Simbio Indonesia. It was already open here.
Africa doesn't have a lot of infrastructure in terms of synthetic biology, and in terms of the entire region, Egypt has been actually a little bit more advanced with participation, for example, in Anjum. So Egypt has been the longest standing country with having every single year have at least one team for the past, I think, 6 years to 7 years. So that was very interesting. However, we have this issue is that all of the efforts for incorporating synthetic biology within undergraduate or postgraduate education are very sporadic. And there is little to no background as to what synthetic biology is. And also we have somewhat of a lack of policies that govern this kind of research and these kinds of endeavors. And if you combine that with, I would call it a friable economic landscape, which is currently the state within Africa. We don't have a lot of funding schemes when it comes to research. And so all of these things together, and with the technological expertise, for example, for education or culture with regards to synthetic biology, all of these, I consider them roadblocks. So the current state is we have a lot of students who are graduating from schools like biotechnology, but have never been exposed to the term synthetic biology. And we have a lot of people who are coming up and hearing about this amazing world of SynBio and participating within IGEM, but we do not have an outlet for that. We do not have a supporting infrastructure for that. And that was the reason we thought about creating Synchrony. And Synchrony, the goal of Synchrony is not just to serve as an association connecting the synthetic biology community in Egypt, but we also want to be enablers. And our slogan is fostering the Egyptian SynBio revolution. And for that, we work on many aspects, including communication with the stakeholders, which is the first step of our activities. And we are trying to come up with a roadmap. So that our first activity is a roadmap for synthetic biology in Egypt, and it's currently being generated with the help of various stakeholders, specifically in the areas of policy and in the areas of research.
Great, and now we go. Let me see if we do
the first time I...
Just a second.
When we build this association is that we have to, like, first we have to, you know, yeah, it's maybe happens to everyone, right? And to balance the work, because this is like the volunteer work, right? And we have to balance to do this work every time. And then the second is that we want we have to look for, like, the leaders, you know, leaders that not just wants to help us, but have the same vision with us, maybe even bolder and bigger vision than us about SynBio and life science in Indonesia. That's, I think, what are difficult to find, and those are really important to us as a community, because those will, you know, propel our associations to a state where you know, it's more automated, you know, where everyone is leaders. Our co-founders are leaders in their own community. Those are important, so that we can walk together with big visions in our head.
That was a great look, having a look at the scenario around the globe. So bringing together people and forming an association is a tough task in itself. So what are the main challenges you guys faced when you were forming the association, and what were your key steps towards solving this? Let's start with Samoh, Brazil.
Main challenges. Okay, I think Brazil is a very continental country. It's a very big country. So we have different, I think it's 5 different regions maybe more. I don't know. I'm not very good in geography, guys. But we have very different regions that are very distant, geographically speaking, from each other. So we have very different people from the whole country. And as I said, we wanted to be an association and a community. We want to foster the community, but more than talk in the name of the community, we wanted to be the community in a way that the members of the association were a representation of what Brazil really is and the diversity of our own country. So maybe the main challenge I'm thinking of right now was to build a team that was diverse. As our country is, and as our people is, we need to represent the different interests of the whole country. So I guess the main challenge was this one, and oh my gosh, I just lost it. Okay, was this one, and I think we've done a really good job in general. I think we can do a little bit better. There's a missing region from Brazil in our association, but in general we have people from north to south, and I think that's a big achievement for us because we can have different opinions on every subject and every topic that we're talking about.
Yeah, like bringing diverse community is a bigger task. So what about you, Leandros? How was your experience and what were your challenges?
So yeah, of course we can also relate with SynBio Brazil because our infrastructure has many facilities all over Greece because it's a huge collaboration between 9 academic and research institutions and research centers in Greece. So it was difficult to build all this collaboration and communication with places all over Greece. And I think the most important because we wanted to build an infrastructure so that we have facilities that can help us in research and education. It was really difficult for us to find funding and all these resources in order to build all these things. So we were lucky, and our infrastructure in the meantime is funded by the European Union. It's a EU funded project, but our money will end at the end of 2021. And we are trying to find some new ways on how to continue our work and build on the momentum that we have created from 2018, because we don't want to stop this effort. And also the other really difficult thing is it was in the beginning how we could grow our community, because in Greece people are not aware of what synthetic biology is. And I'm not only referring to the general public, I'm also referring to people in academia. So in order to try and do these things, we've managed to diversify some activities. So we created some services for academia purposes and research purposes. We created training activities for PhD and postgraduate students, and also some outreach events for the general public and for the connection with industry, just to inform them about the potential of synthetic biology.
Oh, that's great. Like having a momentum for a long period of time is really a thing that we need to maintain. Let's have a look what Farhan and Hannah has to say.
Hey, thank you. I noticed I did a little mistake on the last part. I ended up sharing the answer from Farhan to this question, talking about the leadership. So just so we continue the flow, I will share a bit about what he said, that is the current context of Symbio in Indonesia, and then we can hear about the challenges for synchrony in Egypt. Let me just open the video here and then share.
The problems and situation currently in Indonesia regarding the synthetic biology is that we only have like maybe 2 or 3 universities that having Symbio in their core curriculum, and most of them haven't been really have exposure to the trends and to the updates about what's going on in the synthetic biology around the world. The hype, the developments that are really advancing this like maybe last 10 years, right? So that's what I think the initiator why we want to build the Symbio Indonesia. First, to expose to Indonesian scientists and researchers to synthetic biology advancements and trends, and then we are also have a vision to empower life scientists in Indonesia. So through our associations, we thought about those 2 visions, and yeah, I hope we are going to make it.
Great, so we heard a bit about what is the context, and on the last video you saw him sharing about the challenges that is especially when forming the leadership, so reuniting this leadership in Symbio that we all know here how crucial that is. And now I'll share Hannah's answer on the synchrony context. Yeah, let me just, great.
Challenge in setting up a synthetic biology association would always have to be finding people who are very, very passionate about the cause itself and who are willing to dedicate their time and their effort for something like that, seeing as it is always, or most generally always, kind of a volunteer thing. And specifically when you're starting, it's always kind of challenging, trying to spread word of mouth about the association itself, generating traction and momentum and getting people to be interested to sign up, for example, for your newsletter, or to sign up to your website, or to like your Facebook page. And all of that comes back to having the human resource element being around. And I think, so how I overcome this actually was by looking into the after Anjum files. So I looked at people who were from the Egyptian Anjum community and who were so interested in synthetic biology that they applied to work in after Anjum committees, like human practice committees and so on and so forth. And I could tell that these people were very passionate about the topic, and I started approaching them one by one. And now we have a really cool steering committee. And what I love about us is that we are very diverse. So yes, we do all come from quote unquote scientific backgrounds, but our talents are kind of, we have people who are very, very good at journalism, for example, science journalism, but we also have like medical doctors and we have also like people who are from more of a business background in our steering committee. So it's kind of diverse, but it's I think it's what enabled us to have a strong start so far.
Yeah, thank you. There will always be lots of challenges when establishing and running an association. And it's really great to hear that associations are able to overcome these challenges. And our next question is, what benefit do you create for your community? And are there any current projects you would like to share? Let's start from Symbio, Brazil.
I guess for Symbio Brazil, I've said in the beginning, I think we created this very first united event for synthetic biology in Brazil. So my dog's participating here. This is Cooper. He's posing. Look at this. Okay, it will be hard to focus. So I guess we created the very first synthetic biology event in Brazil that united the different players that I was talking about before, because before we only had like the IJA meetups, the teams meetups and things like that, and then we had an event joined. Oh my God, he's playing. Okay. Okay, let me just do this. That joined IDEM teams, that joined people from industry, and we had Brazilians that work in NASA that was there. So I guess we made a good job by uniting different people and putting all of them together to talk about synthetic biology in Brazil and how we can grow. And the second, the curve projects. Okay, the next thing that we're going to try to do is to do like a roadmap, but I don't think the roadmap is a specific word for that. But we want to map everyone that does synthetic biology in Brazil. As I said before, also Brazil is a very big country, and it's sometimes hard to keep up with everything that everyone is doing. So the idea that we're trying to do is like a map for each single person that is interested in synthetic biology, that is doing synthetic biology, and what they're doing in synthetic biology. So we can actually contact people that if you want to work with, I don't know, bioremediation, you know who to look for in our own community about this subject. So I guess that's it.
Yeah, nice to hear that. So next, OMIC engine.
Yeah, so for us in Greece, we're trying to work in three different aspects. First of all is research. So for research, the things that we are trying to do is to provide open access services. So because we have this funding from the European Union, we are lucky and we can provide free access to our facilities for people and researchers to use our infrastructure. And in parallel, we have the seed projects. So researchers from all over Greece, they can submit a synthetic biology project proposal, research proposal, and they can visit our labs wherever they want in Greece regarding to the specialty of its lab. And they can work there for 2 to 3 months in order to work with our people and our researchers and help them to bring their project in life. So regarding in education, we are trying to, we've already hosted 3 training schools that have to do with different aspects of synthetic biology, from microbiome sequencing to basic principles of synthetic biology and bioinformatics, in order to inform and prepare the next generation. Also, we are trying to mentor and support the IGEM teams. And it's amazing that from one team in 2017, this year we had 8 teams from Greece, and that was amazing. And we're really proud for our teams in Greece. So in industry, we have some problems there, but the main thing that we're trying to build is that we have some services that our collaborating laboratories can share with the industry and help to bridge this gap and have this connection and collaboration. The last thing that we've tried to do is a policy related thing, because as I've told you in the beginning, our government and governmental officials, we do not have an official roadmap for synthetic biology and bioeconomy. So the thing that we did is to prepare a 15-page document with presenting to our governmental officials and the Ministry of Development about synthetic biology and what's the future in Greece and globally, and how that could help us to create more innovative solutions in Greece regarding agriculture, bioeconomy, also maybe the things that have to do with fishing and all this kind of things. So in the meantime, we are trying to communicate that to our government, but as you all know, they're all busy with the pandemic, so we don't have any news yet, but we hope that it's just the beginning.
Yeah, thank you. It's already been such a success. So next, let's welcome Farhan to to talk about the question.
The first value I think that we bring to the association members are simply a place to meet, to connect, and to network with fellow life scientists in Indonesia, because that's what I think what brings them together whenever they have like some questions about anything about their research, any questions about network, about someone in some institutions, or about some chances and position in some organizations. Yeah, they ask to our groups, and they really feel helped with that. They meet more people with the same the same interest, the same research. That's what we think really helped them out. One of the projects that we think what represents this value is we have like this journal club, where this journal club is open for everyone. It's different from like typical talks where the panelist is someone, and someone will be with some positions, but in this journal club, everyone can be like their own panelists. Everyone can present their own work. Everyone can showcase their work, and we feel that our people really need that. How they showcase their work, and then they get the feedbacks, and they get some exposure about them, and that's what one platform that we think that really helped them and manifest the value that we envision in the first place.
Great, and let me quickly share the answer from Hannah.
Projects portion, what we aim to do is that we aim to work on 4 major aspects, and those 4 major aspects are education, policy, science communication, and bioentrepreneurship. And before starting any of these activities, we decided to start working on the roadmap. So the roadmap is basically our current main focus. And we did our stakeholder mapping. So we looked at academia and industry representatives that can help us in shaping this roadmap. We've contacted them, and we've started to identify resources that can be utilized, because, like, for example, when I said we have a challenge of we don't have the strongest infrastructure when it comes to labs, for example, but we started looking at, well, who does have functioning labs and is willing to open them up for people who are interested in synthetic biology? And we have identified various partners. And I think this just it hasn't been done before, where someone in Egypt has looked at who is interested in synthetic biology and who is interested in collaborations and partnerships in this field. So now we have that sort of database, if you wish to call it. What we're currently doing is a needs assessment. So I told you some of the major, like, broad lines of what are the challenges that we're facing as a country and as a region in the terms of synthetic biology, but we still need to go deeper into needs assessment. And then the final part of our roadmap would be strategic planning, where we're going to work with those stakeholders to come up with a viable roadmap with KPIs in order to ensure that synthetic biology thrives in the region. But this is all very serious and high-level stuff. On other in other things we're planning to do, we're planning our first in-person event, and because we've had a challenge that it was all so far it was all online. We've had clubhouse sessions where we go in every week and talk a little bit about synthetic biology and why we're interested in it. But for now, we're working on our next in-person event, which will get people together, hopefully. So yeah, that's what we're doing right now.
That's a nice thing. So I think the only good thing of pandemic is like easy accessibility and online events. I guess we are running out of time. So do check our website and subscribe to our newsletter. Over to you, Sibyl.
Yes, thank you. So we have one last question for everyone to share a bit about their perspectives regarding the Alliance. And for us, it's all about collaborating, doing things together, creating more impact, and building the future of Synbio. But for that, I'll invite you to check our event, Synbio United, next year. Check our social media, check our website, and make sure to reach out to your closest Synbio association. Maybe you'll find this amazing group, this amazing community to help you foster greater projects in Synbio. So thank you all for listening to us. Thank you, Leandros. Thank you, Giovanna, Tejas, and Nika for moderating, and Han and Farhan, that I hope they see the recording later.